Press.
Commissioner Metz?
Present.
Commissioner Tucker?
Here.
Commissioner Gupta?
Here.
Commissioner Phillips?
Here.
Commissioner Croft?
Here.
Vice Chair Mauder?
Present.
Chair Sharp?
Present.
For the record, 7 present.
All right, are there any agenda changes, additions, anything different?
No changes.
All right. Let's go to public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any?
If any member of the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. We have 1 speaker online.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Kanami T. You now have permission to unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nami Taniguchi, and I am a student at allotted High School. I just came here to say that I'm happy with what the community has been doing so far towards climate change and sustainability. I am very excited to see how the induction honor program and rebate program will be implemented in the next few years, especially since I know that like gas emissions and other harmful initiatives will impact like me and my friends and my family and future generations. And I hope that like Palo Alto will take the first step becoming a leading example for the rest of California and for the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you. Sven T. Is that?
Hello, my name is Sven T. I'm a chemical engineer by training, longtime Palo Alto resident. My father died of lung cancer. I have one friend that just died of lung cancer and one that's living with cancer right now. I want to talk about natural gas stoves, and I want to thank the utility for putting in a rebate program. It's soft launch, and encourage also the library lender program for portable hobs, and also getting portable hobs into the houses of renters, because it's really hard to get your landlord to change out your gas stove. 40% of your kids' NOx, that's NOx emissions, which trigger asthma, long-time breathing difficulties, is caused by natural gas stove per Stanford studies. And I would ask you guys to recommend to the utility, as Pat Burt said, they take a stronger look at the health effects and be strong about saying, hey, having a natural gas stove in your home is the equivalent to having a smoker in your house. Would you let that happen as a parent? And that the natural gas stoves emit benzene and formaldehyde, 2 known carcinogens. I'm not trying to scare people, but when I talk to people as a chemical engineer who worked at power plants during my early career, where we had lots of people doing all sorts of things to keep these emission limits. I don't mean to be silly, but there's no Svens on your stoves trying to keep those emissions down and within permit limits. There are no limits. And so you really can have a lot of benzene depending on your particular stove and how it's burning. So again, I would encourage you guys to be strong and ask the utility to focus on the health effects. Now, secondarily, this is important because the natural gas stove is the gatekeeper by the American Gas Association to keep us hooked on natural gas on our water heaters and our furnaces. If you go online on Instagram, you don't see any short-skirted 20-year-old females talking about their water heaters or their furnaces. It's all about their natural gas stoves. It's a gatekeeper. It's the beginner drug to keep us on that. So, and they're pouring out misinformation about these stoves. So again, health effects, and realize that we're being used, just like the tobacco industry used my friends in North Carolina about the dangers or questionable dangers about cigarette smoke. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. David W.
Hi, I'm Dave Warner. Thank you all for your service. You're a talented commission. I'm here, I want to talk to you about choosing your commission chair next month, which I think you do next month. So in addition to your independent experience and expertise that you all bring to the commission, you also have a lot of institutional knowledge. And I've learned that from the SFPUC in turning over all their commissioners. You suddenly have very little institutional knowledge, so it's very valuable. So that institutional knowledge is valuable, and it makes this next upcoming year even more exciting. And so with such a talented commission, you want to maximize your effectiveness, and I would assume improve your effectiveness over time. And so what I'm suggesting, and the reason I'm mentioning it tonight, is when you select your next chair, be it Chair Scharf or Ms. Malter, or another one of you, before electing the chair, but after the nomination, please ask the candidate what their plan is for improving the effectiveness of the UAC. And I'm not saying I'm just saying you're good already, how can you make it even better? And so I'm making this request tonight so that when this comes up next month, any of you that might be thinking of being the chair, you might be ready for an answer in case someone actually does ask this question, which I hope one of you might. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
A question. For clarification, is that true? Is selection or election next month?
It's either next month or the month after.
Thank you.
So we can actually talk about that, and we look at your 12-month look-ahead calendar. So we'll bring that item up.
Our next speaker is, we had one hand raised and it's no longer raised. There are no more requests to speak.
So
Thank you.
Prisha doesn't want to speak?
Oh, yes, she does. 1 second. Prisha, you're now unmuted.
I agree with what everyone has been saying in this call.
Thank you. There are no more requests to speak.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. Let's move to approval of the minutes. Can we take these together, or does anyone have any concern about not wanting to take them together? Seeing no objections, could I have a motion to approve the minutes, reapproval of the minutes of the Utility Advisory Commission held on December 3rd, and also approval of the minutes of the Utility Advisory Commission held on February 4th?
I'll move to approve both.
I'll second.
Do you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mauder,
Yes.
Chair Scharf.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. And that brings us to Utility Director's Report.
Thank you, Chair Scharf and Commissioners. So I just wanted to give you an update of items that went to Council recently. On February 2nd, the City Council approved the fiscal year 2026 UAC work plan. There were several work plans going to it, and I want to thank Chair Scharf for being there as well and answering the questions from the City Council. Also, in February, Council approved contracts for procuring equipment and service for upgrades of the Maybell Electric Substation and professional services for a new 3-year water leak detection survey for the entire system. On Monday, the City Council approved the Sustainability and Climate Action Work Plan, and also heard from our Chief Operating Officer, Tara Crowley, on our Reliability and Resiliency Plan, and received feedback from the City Council. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Councilmember Lowing for suggesting that we would have UAC Commissioner present at the council meeting. So at the last minute, I wanted to thank Commissioner Croft for attending. As many of you know, Commissioner Croft is also on the SCAP working team, community membership team, so she attended that at a very late hour, so I wanted to acknowledge that as well. As part of our Electrify Our Home program, so the city has rolled out a full-service, single-family residential home heat pump water heater program, and it's expanding for a turnkey program. So on February 26th, the city began offering a fixed-price appliance and expert assistance for electrifying homes from start to finish, including space heating, water heating, cooking, clothes drying, and energy efficiency improvements. Residents will automatically take advantage of existing rebates, technical assistance, and they can also sign up for the Go Green financing program. As to date, I was checking with staff, we already have 30 homes that are already interested in moving forward, so we're following up with those residents as well. So we're really excited about that program. As part of the USC subcommittee that is looking at the electric and water rates, and we'll be talking about water rates tonight, there is some interest on looking at what we brought to this full commission on data centers. And as you may recall, in February, we talked about there was a estimated 5% reduction because we have data centers within Palo Alto. And just to clarify, data centers are not necessarily the large boxes or the large facilities that you may hear in the news. These are really integrated with businesses on premises in Palo Alto. They're not large 100 megawatt data centers that you might see and read in the news. So staff will be sharing some of the scenario analysis that was performed by our consultant GDS, and we'll bring that to that commission and looking at affordability. And then that subcommittee will bring that back for discussion to the full UAC. So I did want to mention that. Also wanted to mention that the city participated, or the department participated in Discover Your Path. It was the first career exploration event in looking at and reaching out to youth in Palo Alto for alternate career paths than just going to university. So the department participated. We have staff from our operations group on electric, water, gas, wastewater, and that happened on Saturday. So it was well attended for its first event. So I think our community services, services department will be looking at doing more outreach to the high schools in Palo Alto for future events. And that completes my report.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to our new business, which is item number 3. Do we have a staff presentation or?
Yes, we do. And I'm going to ask Assistant Director Lisa Belier to make introductions to the team. And Adriana Artola, our Senior Resources Planner, will be doing the bulk of the presentation and will be here to answer any questions.
Is this your first presentation to UAC?
Hello, yes it is. I did a brief presentation for the preliminary forecast, but this is my first full presentation to you all, so.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, Adriana Artola, Senior Resource Planner, work on water, and I started with the city back in July. Okay, all right, well, let's get started. We're also joined, I wanted to mention that we're also joined by Reka Ipagunta. She is the Assistant Director of Water, Gas, Wastewater, so she's also here. I'm accompanied by Lisa, Associate Director of Resource Management. And, I'll be giving an overview of the fiscal 2027 rate recommendation, as well as the 5-year rate trajectory, which we can move on to the next slide. The fiscal 2027 proposed rate increase is 10%, and that's consistent with prior forecasts. There are updates related to the underlying distribution and commodity rate increases. Specifically, the SFPUC wholesale rate assumption has increased, which I'll explain more later. On the distribution side, the final forecast reflects lower capital and operating expenses that is lower than previously forecasted. And this helps to offset the larger commodity rate increase and keep the overall rate increase at 10%. So that's for fiscal 27. When looking at the 5-year trajectory, this is an improvement compared to the preliminary forecast when looking at those outer years. As you can see, these 5-year trajectory are for fiscal years 2030 and fiscal 2031. We're looking at a 7% rate increase and then a 6% rate increase. So that is an improvement compared to the prior forecast. Let's see. This is reflecting, refinements both to the CIP and the operating expense projections. The preliminary 5-year CIP budget contains some conservative assumptions and contingencies, which have since been refined, resulting in a $10 million reduction to that 5-year CIP budget. There have also been some shifts with respect to the timing of projects, and that also helps the rate trajectory. On the operating side, the 5-year forecast also reflects line-by-line refinements to the budget assumptions, as well as the citywide efforts to reduce costs and find efficiencies, which I'll talk more about in the next slide. Okay. So leadership has taken a close look at where we can find these efficiencies and reduce costs department-wide. These budget changes apply to the other funds as well, but the figures on this slide are water-specific. And so these include eliminating vacant meter reader positions, outsourcing printing and billing, or printing and mailing, implementing a credit card processing fee, which was a recommendation of the UAC, as well as some savings from transfers from the city's pension trust. There are some additional potential budget reductions that have been identified and are not yet included in the long-term forecast, but this is an ongoing process. I can move to the next slide. You saw this comparison during the preliminary forecast presentation, but as a reminder, as of fiscal year 2026 rates, the city is average compared to peers that also receive 100% USFPC water supply. And when considering the 10% rate increase for fiscal 27, the city remains kind of middle of the pack. You can go next slide. This slide highlights the drivers, kind of provides some of that, more of that detail the USC has requested before. You can see the two largest drivers are restoring reserves and water supply. I'll speak more about reserves in following slides, so I'll skip that for now. Moving on to the water supply costs, that reflects the SFPUC rate increase. The main reason so I'll remind you that in the preliminary forecast and the fiscal 26 forecast, we had assumed a 1% SFPUC wholesale rate increase. That rate increase is now estimated to be about 7.4%, 7.6%. The reason for that increase is primarily, the biggest driver is weather and purchases. And so last summer, it was one of the coolest summers in decades in the Bay Area. That affected purchases system-wide. The SFPUC updates its rate estimates based on purchases to date. And because of those lower purchases at the beginning of fiscal year 2026, they had to revise their wholesale rate estimate for fiscal year 2027 specifically. Moving on to the next rate driver, a small portion of the rate increase is going towards capital expenses, which I can speak more to later. Operating expenses represent an even smaller share of this year's rate increase, and that reflects the budgetary reductions included in the fiscal 2027 budget, as well as a reduction to debt service costs with the retirement of the Series 2011 revenue bonds. The last thing I'll say is, based on feedback from the Affordability Subcommittee, we have highlighted that, the revenue impact of the most recent drought and the long-term decline in demand is an underlying driver, or I should say an underlying factor for annual rate increases. We estimated that if you were to compare the most recent sales from the most recent drought, I'm sorry, let me start over right there. If sales were flat relative to pre-drought demand, the rate increase would be about 8%. So that's just kind of giving you an estimate of how much long-term, the long-term decline in water demand affects annual rate increases. You can go on to the next slide. So you're familiar with this chart. It represents the historical and projected revenue and expenses. Just as a reminder, the city kept rate increases low during the pandemic and the most recent drought, and drew down on reserves to manage growing costs. And since we have the historical rate increases and projected rate increases on this slide, just wanted to highlight it here. And it is still, I would say, part of the water fund story, and really speaks to the reserve position that the water fund currently. And again, I'll speak more to that in later slides. But looking at the bars on this chart, operating expense projections reflect inflationary assumptions. Water supply costs have been updated based on SFPUC's most recent long-term financial plan. And you can see how capital spending ramps up in fiscal 2028 when water main replacement and seismic improvement projects are scheduled to take place. You can go to the next slide. The operations reserves have improved compared to prior forecasts as well. We're now projecting to be at or near the reserve target throughout the forecast period. This improvement is largely due to the reductions in operating expenses mentioned in the previous slide. And this is where I'll note that one of staff's recommendations as part of the fiscal 2027 water financial forecast is to approve a transfer of up to $5.5 million from the operations reserve to the CIP reserve. And so you can see where there's this uptick in the operations balance in fiscal year 2025, and then it comes back down in 2026. That's reflecting that transfer. And this transfer is to help restore the capital or the CIP reserve and fund projects in later years. Next slide. So the capital reserve projections have also improved compared to prior forecasts. We now see reserves gradually growing over the 5-year period, which reflects that transfer as well as reductions to the CIP budget and those timing shifts in the budget that I mentioned earlier. And I'll be speaking more on the overall reserves in the next slide. So this slide shows historical and projected total reserve levels, excluding reappropriated and committed balances, as well as the restricted debt service reserve fund. Here you can visualize how much total reserves have declined during the past 5 years, and that we're projecting to restore them over the forecast period, building up to operations and CIP reserve. Next slide. This is a new slide, and it's to put into perspective the water fund's current reserve position relative to peers, and also to consider what it means for bond ratings on outstanding revenue bonds, but also potential new water revenue bonds. The water fund's reserves are in compliance with adopted reserve management policies, but the financial plan targets kind of restoring reserves to level more in line with previous years. And so this slide kind of highlights the reasons why that's important. And to do this, we are looking at unrestricted cash, total unrestricted cash, and days cash on hand. And why we're looking at cash instead of reserves as we normally do is that these are metrics that are easy to compare to peers, and they're metrics that are used by rating agencies when performing their analysis to assign bond ratings. And just to kind of clarify how cash compares to the reserve balances that we look at, our reserve balances that we normally look at, those are reported on a full accrual basis, whereas cash is kind of what's in the bank on any given day. But when comparing total unrestricted cash to our total unrestricted reserves, they're about similar, and they follow a similar trend. So the chart on the left compares Palo Alto to some of our peers. Those are the bars. And the orange line is median days cash on hand for all public water and sewer utilities rated by S&P Global Ratings. So this gives you an idea of where peers are in terms of cash on hand. And as you can see, Palo Alto's current cash position as of fiscal 2025 year end is lower compared to peers, and that's because of the recent draws on cash. As you can see, water utilities typically tend to carry very high cash balances, and that's due, in part because of the elevated risks that California utilities face, including drought, earthquakes, wildfires. When we look at the chart on the right, this shows the water fund's historical cash balances and historical days cash on hand, and you see where it drops off during that period leading up to 2024, and how we're projecting to restore that balance over the 5-year period. And again, this is to highlight the importance of kind of restoring those reserves, restoring cash. It's not only to restore budgetary flexibility and mitigate risk, but it's also to maintain high credit ratings. The city may consider issuing new debt to fund the seismic improvements to tanks, for example. And so it's important how the water fund is viewed by rating agencies, because that does affect debt service costs. Okay, next slide. This is a slide to highlight the tools and resources that the city provides to help customers save on their water bill by conserving water. So this gives customers, some control over their monthly water bills. As you can see, this includes the Water Smart customer web portal, which includes automated leak alerts, our water fluence program, seasonal landscape workshops, as well as efficiency rebates in partnership with Valley Water. Next slide. This slide highlights our communication strategy with key messages, including rate drivers, what the city's doing to keep costs down, and the city programs to help customers save. And then you can also see the different touch points that we have with customers to engage in this communication strategy. Next slide. This brings us to our final slide. Staff's recommendation that the UAC recommend that City Council adopts a resolution approving up to a $5.5 million transfer from the Operations Reserve to the CIP Reserve in fiscal 2026, approves the fiscal 27 water utility financial forecast, and amends the rate schedules effective July 1st, 2026. Next slide. Ready for questions?
All right, let's go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to speak on item 3, please raise your hand or press star 9 now.
Do we have any public speakers?
We have 2 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Peter D., followed by Dave W.
Okay, good to see you all, Chair Scharf and commissioners and Councilmember Lowing. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I am the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance, formerly Tuolumne River Trust. Had some slides I wanted to share with you, but I first wanted to remind you that in 2018, the Palo Alto City Council endorsed the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan because the Bay Delta is on the brink of ecosystem collapse, and we don't want to see that. But also we felt that the gloom and doom scenario presented by the SFPUC and BOSCA didn't have merit. And the 2 big issues are that those agencies use inflated demand projections, which every time I come, we have another example of that, and are planning for the design drought, which is 72% more severe than the worst drought on record, and going back at least 1,100 years of tree ring data. All the other water agencies, Valley Water, East Bay Mud, they're planning for the drought of record. So an interesting fact that the numbers that will be in the urban water management plan for the SFPUC service area, they acknowledge that's an outside envelope, but if everything gets built on time, that's what demand's going to be. If you use that number and you plan for what Valley Water and East Bay Mud are planning for, we can manage the Bay Delta Plan flows with no more than 15% rationing in the final 2 years of that drought. So easy win-win for us. Restore the Bay Delta and not run out of water. So I had a few slides I wanted to show. This first one, as said before, last year we were projecting rates next year and the following year to go up, or cost of water from the SFPUC, the wholesale rates, to go up 1%. They're now projected to go up 7.4%. And then after that, they're expected to drop a little bit. That's not going to happen. Let's not be surprised when it comes about. Next slide, please. So the BOSCA did they updated their man study last year, finished it in December. Next slide. And they actually did sensitivity analysis, which was a smart thing to do, but you can see there's a huge range of demand could be as low as 157 or as high as 266 by 2050. But the baseline they're using is 222. Next slide. Just want to point out that they're expecting the water rates to keep with the pace of inflation. So that's not going to happen. So we're going to see as price goes up, demand goes down. Next slide. Good news, per capita is expected to go down quite a bit. Next slide. But population is expected to increase from 1.8 million in the BOSC area today to 2.6 million. So that's, I think, the second flaw. Next slide. And you see that
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave W.
Thank you, Dave Warner. So you probably received my letter, maybe it's a little bit too long. Two subject areas. The first one, and I will talk to the slide in just a moment, but the first one is, who would have imagined, or I certainly didn't imagine, that Ms. Artola would have to be an expert at finance in addition to being a water expert, and I thought you did a really nice job in your presentation. I would take exception with one number or one comment, and that is, if you do look at my letter, it will talk about the comment that, look, we didn't raise rates during the pandemic, and so our rates haven't been up so much. And I would just take exception to that. I guess we did not raise rates during the pandemic, but when you look at the change in our rates from 2020 to 2027, they went up, and this is in the next to last column, they went up an average of 6.9% a year. So even without rate increases during the pandemic, we still overall, 7 years in a row of an average of 6.9% rate increases is substantial. So I would say that's sort of curious, and it's curious when you see that our reserves also went down during that time. So anyway, that's the side comment. My main point, though, is this chart on the screen. To Mr. Dreckmeyer's comments, BOSCA hasn't been serving us, or neither BOSCA nor the SFPUC have been serving us well. And when you think of the letter that Councilmember Stone sent and the response that he got back, which essentially blew him off and said, look, we're not going to respond and we don't even think it's relevant, they're not serving our interests. And so I think if I were to pick a water priority, I'd say we need to play a leadership role within BOSCA. I think we need to support Councilmember Stone. I think Ms. Artola, who I believe is our water management rep at BOSCA, can also play a role. There are a separate set of meetings that board members don't participate in. And then the second thing is, my understanding is there's not alignment between staff and UAC and perhaps City Council on a number of items. It'd be nice to explore that, but examples include, Boston SFPUC effectiveness, that we'd like them to have supported Mr. Stone's efforts. Also on affordability, the environment, the Bay Delta Plan, and reliability, where we'd say reliability as the SFPUC sees it is probably in our circumstances with declining demand for the last, 30 years. We don't have the same pressure on reliability that we had before, at least on having adequate supply. And then a third one is, I'm running out of time, part of the reason we had the surprise rate increase is because we over-projected demand. So having our urban water management plan project a declining balance is very important. And the last thing is, let's follow up on the questions that Councilmember Stone asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question of clarification, please.
No,
Well,
not yet, not yet. No, you can ask questions after we finish the public
Okay.
speakers. Are we done with the public speakers?
Yes, that concludes public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll come back to council. I'll let you ask your question.
for staff, this number in Mr. Warner's letter of 6.9%, is it directionally correct to your understanding? I mean, what it's saying is that although we do hear the narrative a lot that we held rates steady during the pandemic, and that ties into reserve management, for example, this is saying that from fiscal 20 to 27, we had 7% growth every year, which is not steady. So is it, do you have any response to that?
I think part of the story is, although rate increases, let's see, there was a 5% rate increase in 23, 5% 24, 10% fiscal 2025. At the same time that we were implementing these rate increases, there was a drought, so that affects revenues. Even though, rates are going up, revenues were still affected by the decline in demand. So that was occurring at the same time that it was a very high inflationary period. CIP inflation was very high. So growth expense was higher than it typically is. It was a very high expense period. And so, I think the combination of these factors together is what led to the decline in reserves and kind of the position that we're in.
But the 6.9 looks right, more or less correct.
Yes, if I were to take an average
I
of,
did that calculation, and I got a different number. I got 5.6%, so a similar number.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah, this is we're now having our discussion, and eventually we'll vote. We're done with public speakers. They've done their presentation.
Okay, I'd like to speak. I thank staff for the presentation and for the report. As it stands right now, I'd like to either vote no or to move this item, continue it until May, and I'd like to explain why. But I want to start by recognizing the work our staff has done here. We asked them to hold the overall rate increase to 10%, and they delivered. And that's with headwinds from SFPUC and with having to restore our reserves. So I'm very thankful for all the work that staff did to maintain this rate increase to 10%. And that's despite the SFPUC wholesale rate surprise increase from 1% to 7.4%. I don't think we can keep doing this indefinitely. Every year, we can't constrain rates by deferring capital work and cutting operations. That borrows from our water system's future. You'll note from the staff report that our pipe replacement rate has dropped from 2 miles a year in the 1990s to less than 1 mile today. The seismic upgrades for our Park and Dahl tanks have been deferred to financial years 2030 and 2031 while we evaluate rehabilitation approaches. So we really need to understand the full picture of what is driving rate increases from the SFPUC so we can properly plan for them. It's very disruptive to have surprise rate increases from SFPUC and then having to defer our system planning work. So let's put the cumulative picture in plain terms. 2 years ago, the median Palo Alto residential customer paid about $113 a month for water. Today, it's $125. Under this proposal, it goes to $138 next year, and under the proposed trajectory, it reaches roughly $190 by 2031. That is roughly a 67% increase in 6 years. My concern is the commodity rate trajectory underlying this forecast. Staff has responsibly used SFPUC's 10-year financial plan for these projections, but I believe that that plan itself does not account for the structural changes that are happening across our regional water system that our public commenters addressed. This forecast projects commodity increases dropping to just 3%, 2%, and 4% in fiscal years 2029 through 2031. But given BOSCA's own February 2026 presentation showing long-term regional demand declining while capital costs continue to rise, a fixed cost system like ours cannot realistically see wholesale rate increases drop to 2% without some external change we have not yet been told about. And there's good reasons to believe that these projections are too low. SFPUC projected a 1% wholesale increase for financial year 2027 just last year. The current estimate is now 7.4%. As the public has stated, this is a pattern of systemic underestimation. And the reason is structural. The Hetch Hetchy system is roughly 80% fixed costs. So when demand falls, the costs get spread over fewer gallons of water, driving the per unit price up. And the demand is falling. BOSCA's 2025 demand study shows slower growth than previously expected. The SFPUC recently reduced its own sales projections by more than 10 million gallons per day. And so when prices go up and demand goes down in a fixed cost system, the customers bear a growing share, and then that cycle, the death spiral, feeds upon itself. On top of that, we recently passed an amended water supply agreement, which reduced the minimum purchase commitments for 4 agencies by up to 6.34 million gallons per day, creating a roughly up to 18 million annual revenue gap for remaining customers, including us, that we must cover. And Palo Alto's share of that is up to $900,000 per year, which was not fully accounted for in BOSCA's cost estimate to us. And multiple agencies are building alternative water supplies. I've done a review. My own analysis under a moderate build-out scenario in our region could see Palo Alto bearing up to $3 million more costs under a moderate scenario. So none of this, I think, is reflected in the SFPUC's 3% and 2% commodity projections in the later years of the forecast we have. So what concerns me a lot is we've tried to get clarity from this with Councilmember Stone's letter, with our own letter to Council. These were straightforward questions we asked about how lower demand projections and alternative water investments are going to affect our wholesale costs in this region. The SFPUC chose not to answer these questions. So we're being asked to approve a financial forecast that is built on their rate projections, but they have refused to explain what is behind them. So here's what I think we should do. Council does not act on rates until June. I think we have time to hold a study session in April or May where SFPUC and BOSCA come before this body and give us an honest picture of where wholesale rates are heading, especially given what's happening with demand and alternative water projections. That would let us responsibly send Council a recommendation that we can stand behind with more confidence. So I'd like to move to continue this item to May in order to afford the opportunity for such a study session with SFPUC and BOSCA.
Sure, go ahead.
Could I make a point of clarification to help inform the discussion? When we present our water rates, we try to show the full impact on the customer's bill, and in this case, that's 10% when you combine the SFPUC increase with the distribution increase. But truly, what we're asking Council for is the change in the distribution rate, because we do actually pass through the SFPUC increase, and that is not technically a subject of what we're requesting here before the Council this year. So just to keep that in mind, the Council has approved that pass-through mechanism for a 5-year period.
So is that equivalent to like the gas commodity charge?
It
Pass-through rates.
is conceptually equivalent, but
Conceptually
it's a
equivalent.
different process that we go through the,
Right.
we've already
But
done.
I'm just trying to like draw
Yes.
parallels.
Yes, paralleling.
It's similar to the gas commodity charge that is passed through to consumers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I think the motion is premature. I think we should have a discussion first. I think staff's point is that, I was just trying to understand what you're trying to achieve a little bit. Staff's point was bringing Bosca here, that's really not before us on this because the commodity price is the commodity price, and that's a pass-through. I think that the question before us is, do we agree with how much CIP they're going to spend in 2027? Do we agree that we should move to a higher reserve amount, and is that the right reserve amount? I mean, I had the question of why is it 15.4 or 15.9 when your reserve target is 14.2? I think those are sort of the rest of the structure here, I think deserves a lot of discussion.
Sure, I know, I agree with that, and if I may respond, our planning of that component is based on what's happening with our commodity rates. The surprise increase in commodity rates, as indicated in the staff report, has affected all of those items. And we've reduced some of those items in some of our maintenance in order to keep our rates to 10% increase total. So what is happening at SFPUC and Bosca is ultimately affecting what we do here in Palo Alto with our planning.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think let's have the discussion and then we can come back to the discussion of what you want to do when we vote. All right? Actually, since I did ask the question, can you answer my question of why we're at, 15.9 is what we're moving to, but 14 is the reserve amount?
Yeah, it has to do with, it's hard to kind of get the reserve amounts right at that reserve target while maintaining a smooth rate trajectory. So as you can see in fiscal 28, the reserve balance does go back down because that's a higher CIP spend year. So it's just a sort of a fluctuation in the balance that has to do with, smoothing rate increases, changes in spending year to year.
But that's a pretty big percentage of the rate increases. 4.2% is restoring the operating reserves, right? If we wanted to restore less reserves, we could have a lower rate increase than 10%.
Could I ask a clarifying question? This is restoring the operating reserves, but we're looking at a transfer of $5.5 million from the operating reserves to CIP. So could somebody explain what's going on here to me?
Yeah, it's, I understand why it's confusing. Part of the story is, so for fiscal 2027, we refined our operating expense assumptions, we refined our CIP assumptions, CIP expenses were down, or came down, operating expenses came down, and this kind of allowed for an opportunity to add to reserves. Maintaining a 10% rate increase for fiscal 27 allows for a smoother rate trajectory in the future years. If we were to lower the rate increase in fiscal 27, say down to 8%, that could require a higher rate increase in later years, because then we're recovering revenue later for, let's say, those outer years when we're spending more on CIP. So we're kind of deferring a rate increase, let's say. And we're then starting off with a lower base period in the following year. Does that make sense?
It does, but how do we know that those CIP that you want to do in the outer years? I guess that's really my question I wanted to clarify is, are we we're approving the 27,
yes.
the 26, right? 27 rate increase.
27.
The 27 rate increase. And the question really is, if we're approving the 27 rate increase, we're also approving the forecast for the higher rate increases, for the other rate increases, or are we really just focused on the 27 rate increase?
I would say we're focused on 27. I guess the recommendation is to approve the financial plan, but right, every year we go through the rate setting process. And so every year we update the rates. And if the water fund, let's say, outperforms fiscal '27, we end up with higher reserves, we could adjust the rate trajectory some more, which is what we've done, and that's why you're seeing lower rate
But
increases.
how do I know, as I sit here, that the CIP you want to do in 28 and 29 and 30 is the right amount? I mean, what information have you provided me on the CIP that I know you need to do that?
We do have a slide that details the projects. Would you like to look at that? It's one of our backup slides, and we can kind of go through what's
I
on
would
the
like to
in the
see
plan.
that, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I never really buy this argument that, because every rate increase is different. You could have Bosca come back and, or not Bosca, the SFPUC, and decide that it's a 10% increase in commodity next year, right? I mean, we thought it was going to be 1%, right? So it's really hard to judge those outer years, especially with where we are right now. So I tend to want to just focus on the 27, but let's see it.
So it's slide 25.
As the slide is brought up, I just wanted to mention that, what we thought was actually what the SFPUC provided us in terms of that initial projection of the rates, which is 1% or a little more than that. And then when we look at our capital projects, as Adriana mentioned, we are looking at the seismic retrofits of 2 of the tanks, and those studies are being actively done now. So once we have the completion of those studies, we will update those costs for those projects. So just agreeing with the chair and the commission, there is some uncertainty in that regard, but we are making our best efforts into what those costs would be, including our capital costs as we move forward with, building more pipelines.
Could you just run through what you're spending the 100,000 on, the 150 and the 683 on? And why we need to do that?
I'm sorry, those figures, where were those figures from?
Your slide.
Oh, okay. So you said the 100, the 150, and the 683?
Yes.
I'm sorry, okay. So the first line, that's the seismic improvements to the reservoirs, and I believe those are design costs. I think for fiscal 2027, and Reka's here now and can correct me, I think that's specifically for this assessment that Alan mentioned.
Typically that's the engineering assessment, the monies that we will intend to spend to do that evaluation. And I'll speak to the second item there as a water system master plan. The water utilities last master plan is probably more than 20 years old. So it's due to do an evaluation of the system in terms of its hydraulic capacity and the needs, and helps us better define some of the capital projects as well. So we're doing that plan over 2 years. And then
But if we didn't do that plan, what difference, if we did that plan 5 years from now, it's 20 years old, what difference would it make? I mean, it's $750,000 for that plan.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a lot of money for a plan.
Best practice, we should have an updated master plan. It's just not the
But is it
document.
worth $750,000?
It's not just the document, it's also updating our hydraulic model, which is used for storage requirements, used for fire flow protection, used to evaluate when we have growth in the system and we have development coming online. It tells us what those capital costs would be, or it's another tool that we can use so that development is paying their fair share for those, for their connection to the system. So it is a valuable tool for the utility. Typically, utilities do this under 10 years in terms of these master plans. So, staff is making that recommendation to do this plan. I can tell you other agencies have completed those plans. They're very useful in helping to gauge how many miles of pipe do we actually need to replace, based on the age, based on the material type, what is the type of reinvestment, so that we can communicate that to our customers, so they can have confidence that we're making those right investments in a timely fashion.
Do we not have a master plan for water? Is that what you're saying?
It was done over 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 20 years old, is what it says. Okay, and just quickly, the Arrestadero Creek, what are we doing there? Because that's, 631, 800, and $1.4 million.
Yes, so after, this is up in the foothills, after the floods and the high, I say storm events in the foothills, we had some of our pipelines that were actually undermined in the foothills. So we did some emergency repairs. This is the actual mitigation to do full replacement and restoration so that those facilities are protected. So there are monies here for the water side. There's also some services that you'll see in the other budgets for the gas services and I believe the sanitary sewer services serving the community. So those are the repair costs that we need to make. And the repairs that we're making, and we've brought this, I believe, to other commissions, is what that looks like in terms of restoring that area once we're completed. So there's a mitigation effort and an environmental study that we also had to perform. So these are the costs associated with that in terms of what the utility would need to bear. We're trying to move some of these facilities outside of that area so we won't have those issues in the future. So we're also doing some relocation.
And the 3 million, the project 30 is what? The one-time project?
Those are water main replacement. Yeah, those are the, excuse me, those are the water main replacement programs.
Right.
As you can see that there are some that we do every other year in terms of we've gone through a process of trying to bucket those and put together the projects. So we have a design year and then we have a construction year and we try to bundle those together. So with the intent to get better bids. We also take a look at our capital projects and how they relate to the other utilities in terms of what that means to when the city does its pavement projects, staying ahead, not going too far behind and trying to get ahead of their schedule as well. And if we can bundle those projects together, we look for those opportunities as well.
Great. Okay, I have several questions that I'd like to kind of go through quickly. The first is just, I want to commend staff for coming back with, being asked to come with a 10% rate increase and coming back with a 10% rate increase. You did your job relative to what we asked for, and I think we should put that in context today, so thank you. I also just have a couple of questions about your slides, and then I want to dig into what I see as a much more fundamental problem. The slide number 4, can you just help us understand, frankly, our rates look pretty on par with most other communities around us, but could you help us understand the origins of some of this variance?
Yeah. So
how is Palo Alto structurally different than Foster City and Millbrae?
It could do a lot with the age of the system. For example, Foster City is a younger system. So, it depends on the infrastructure needs, what their capital plans look like. So I think that's a big part of it, is looking at their capital plans and where they are at with respect to rate increases. Maybe they were passing rate increases during the drought, during the pandemic, that were higher than Palo Alto's. And so they're at kind of a different point in their trajectory as they try to, meet their targets.
Great, thank you. We helpfully received kind of a calculation that we've seen. I don't know if Dave's numbers or Lisa's numbers are correct, but somewhere between 5.6 and 6.7% rate increases if we go back to, say, 2019 or 2020 to 2026 year over year. A quick, and who knows whether this is correct either, but U.S. inflation would have been 4.1, so we benchmarked that, but inflation on utility services and other things is higher. Do you have a good benchmark for the inflation in routine services that you've seen that are associated with the water utility so that we can benchmark efficiency of operations versus the cost of outside contracted services that are required? Is it higher? I mean, how is 4.1% as like a benchmark? Right, I'm just trying to explain the somewhere between 1.5% and 2% or 2.5% difference.
Let me make sure I can respond to that question. So you're asking about, how do the growth in operating expenses, how does that compare to, inflationary metrics.
Well, I'm just trying to point out that, like, we have seen inflationary growth in our water prices in Palo Alto. There's also background inflation across the US with higher background inflation specifically in municipal services sectors. And so I think we have to look at inflation if we're going to think about whether you're operating less efficiently than we want you to, or whether these are exogenous factors that frankly are like a bit beyond your control. So could you help us?
Yeah, we have prepared a slide. We did a little bit of
Wonderful,
research
thank you.
on
That
this
would be really
topic,
helpful.
and maybe we could go look at that
Perfect,
and walk you through a few indices that we looked at.
Great.
So if you don't mind going to slide 26.
Sure.
Of the deck. We looked at a few different indices, so you'll hear cited a lot the CPI for the CPIU. We looked at the Bay Area CPIU that over the time period that's available for recorded data from 2020 through 2025. We could, use that data to project forward, but we don't really have that. So that's the time period that we selected. For CPIU, it's 3.4% for the Bay Area. For energy services, specifically in the West, 7.1% over that same time period. Department of General Services, California Construction Index, and you can see a little bit of information on the right about the types of projects that's for, 7.6%. The ENR Building Construction Bay Area Index, 7%. And the ENR Construction Cost Bay Area Index, 3.3%. So you can see that, and then you can see the number that I cited earlier on the bottom for the Palo Alto median residential utility bill. That may be, as I think about it, where my number may differ from Mr. Warner's number, but that's 5.6%. So you can see that there are a lot of different pressures when you talk about labor and construction types of costs. So hopefully that provides some background.
Perfect. Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to transition to a bunch of quick questions about water utility operations specifically. The first is, do we have a handle on what our non-revenue water is at the moment and the degree to which that is driving cost?
We do have a slide on real water loss. For non-revenue water, that's a little bit tricky to calculate. I could give you the difference between purchased water versus water sold, and that's can be viewed as non-revenue water.
Okay, do we have that as a percentage? And what the effect of that is on our rates?
Yeah, we'll show you the real loss for now. Let's see, and then I can try to pull that up for you. So slide 15, please. In the past, we have received questions about water loss and how that does affect rates and revenue loss. We have pointed out, like I said, real water loss, which was 1.8% for 2024, and that's about $500,000 that were not passed through to customers, so 7% of revenues.
I mean, frankly, that's a pretty impressive rate. We should take credit for that as a utility.
Yes.
I know that you're planning to do a cost of service study. I didn't see that specifically broken down in your planned costs for the coming year. Maybe that's part of the master plan broadly. But I think we are overdue for a cost of service study. And I would really encourage us to specifically hone in on the cost of service to different pressure zones across the service area. I think that both the capital and infrastructure costs, both the capital and operational costs are likely to be highly varied across our service area. And while there are questions about the legality of different capital costs, certainly ongoing operational costs in terms of tiered pressure zones
are not in our current rates, and I would advocate for encouraging a study that better understood what it would mean to incorporate those in there. I would also like to make sure that Palo Alto is sort of prepared for the set of legal rulings that surround Prop 218's challenge to tiered rates. There's current conflicting legal opinion in San Diego and LA, and some sort of analysis of what would happen if tiered rates became illegal, I think is pretty important in understanding both what's going to happen with demand and what the impact would be on revenue in that year. If they are deemed illegal, would we also be subject to back payment of those tiered rates, which San Diego, in my understanding, and I could be wrong, is, and that is a tremendous financial burden to that system. So just grounding us in that sort of aspect of uncertainty, I think is, or preparing us for that is really important. Okay, sorry, I know this is long, I'm gonna try to go a little bit more quickly. But
can I ask a question, follow-up?
Yeah, sure.
Wouldn't we want to wait, when is that kind of
There's conflicting legal opinion in two separate jurisdictions.
Yeah, the reason I ask is, would we want to do a cost of service study after that instead of before that?
I think it should be incorporated in the cost of service study, and I just want to, I don't know what the status or what guidance is being given to utilities at this moment around how to think about that disagreement. I'm not a lawyer. He is. But I just want to know whether that poses any risk to our utility.
When was our last cost of service analysis?
It was 6 years ago, 8 years
It
ago?
was for fiscal year 2020.
2026.
In the water
years ago.
utility.
7 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, so I think generally, you guys have done your job. Alan, I'm going to take you to task on the fact that I think where we are still really struggling as a utility is in where we think about debt servicing big capital upgrade projects versus having reserves. The degree to which we need so much cash on hand across all of these utilities versus because we are a joint utility and have 5 separate utilities, we can benefit from the bond ratings that and a certain amount of cash on hand that is frankly maybe redundant, and how we think about, I can see good justification for transferring from an operational reserves to a capital reserves if, for instance, our leaks were at 9.2%, and there were big operational savings associated with the capital investment. But frankly, that kind of transfer is a transfer between people at different times. And I don't think that we have a coherent policy or any statement around when we have a capital project and when we should debt service it, when we should have a reserve, and why we have separate operational reserves and capital reserves, which you should have separate operational and capital reserves, but we need to be clear about what the operational reserve is intended to do and what the capital reserve is intended to do. We just need, and I'm not asking for it now, because it will derail the rest of this meeting, but we absolutely need that, because I can't make any of these decisions without that guidance.
Why should we have separate operational and CapEx reserves? What is the role of an operational reserve? And we do have a subcommittee that is discussing exactly this sort of thing. I share the same confusion, which we spoke about a couple weeks ago, and that is these two, actually 3 different reserves with rate stabilization. What is the point? And I think in your question, at least I took implicit, they're very high. I mean, cash on hand is high, and I know utilities tend to be high, but what is the need for that? I don't understand it, and it's something Bob and Rachel, I think we want to look into.
Yeah.
Megan, what is an operational reserve, or why do you think they should be separate?
I would take up the baton. I'm quite disappointed in some sense. Again, I'm very pleased that it came to 10%, but I think this is something that certainly myself, and I think some of the commissioners have been asking for, is an understanding of our reserve policy across the utilities. I mean, I see that now we are going to take, in 2027, the operating reserve is going to be about $1.5 million above the target, according to the graph here. And, why is that? And I understand also, the moving between them, but is there a principle behind that? Why do we have, does council need to approve movements among these? Is that the case? Or is that something that, you can do without council approval? If it is, why do we have them and what are the principles? Where do these numbers come from? It makes me wonder about, for example, Santa Clara, if you look on slide 10, they're the ones that have, looks like less cash than we do, but is that because they're an integrated utility and they can put their electric, they have both electric and water, and they can look at those together in terms of their bond rating? I mean, this is, aside from the increase in commodity prices, the largest portion of the increase we see. And I mean, I have very little, it's not a lack of faith, I just have very little visibility into the principles by which these numbers are chosen, why it's, 4.1% rather than, 0.1% or 8%, I just don't know. And, the numbers, there's 3 lines, 3 charts, the target, the reserve, the minimum, the maximum. To me, they're magic numbers, and, I'd have the same questions that Vice Chair Mauder had, why do we can we blithely move between them? Why do we have separate ones? Can we not? If we can't, what are the principles? So I think we badly need this, and my confusion about it, particularly given its importance in this, is almost enough, and I'm, really struggling, to make me want to say no, because it's, and I'm, and again, to this, because again, I hear, well, partly the reason we did it this way is we want to smooth it out. I don't want to smooth it out. I'd rather have smaller, I'd rather have a smaller increase in the coming year. If it's a slightly bigger increase and they're additively the same, let's postpone it. Why not? And so it doesn't fill me with confidence that this is being done. Perhaps it is, but
So-
I certainly don't have the confidence it is.
What I'm hearing is Ustav is a no. You could be a no. I'm probably a no. This is probably maybe a yes, but I think we may need to come back. I think we all have questions. I don't feel like I have enough information. I mean, I may have different concerns than Bob, but I have concerns. I don't have enough information to say yes. I'd rather focus on the 2027 rates. I think the rest of the projections, I have no idea why we're going to spend so much money, and there's big numbers there. Do we really need to know? I want to understand the CIP stuff and say, is this really necessary to do this? Is it necessary to do it now? Do we need to spend $20 million on seismic upgrades? Is that something we really need to do? And did we need to do it 5 years ago? And maybe we do need to do all of this. And I'm also really concerned that we're, as Ustav said, I think he called it a death spiral. I mean, I think the irony is so funny is that here you have, well, people can save money by conserving more. Yeah, we can all conserve more and cut our bills, and then next year we can all have bigger rate increases. And what is the right time where we stop telling people to conserve in a non-drought year? I mean, how much water do we say when we say, it's okay that we're using X amount of water? I mean, is it always better to use less and less water on a fixed use system? I think we need to grapple with that. And I don't know what the right answer to that is. I don't know what happens to the water if we don't use it. I don't know what the other benefits are. I don't know why they're not selling it to other people. There's a lot of questions. But if every year we go from 1% to 7% and everyone continues to think that the water is going to continue to fall usage, we're going to have problems. It's going to become unsustainable. And, we all talk about affordability in California. This is why California is not affordable.
If maybe I could take a first cut at this series of questions, and I appreciate the candor, and I appreciate the extent of the questions. I might not be able to answer all of them, but I did wanted to mention that we do take a look at, do we do a pay-as-you-go for capital projects? So the pay-as-you-go projects would be your water main replacements that you typically do every year. You wouldn't bond for those because you do them. And we look at every other year to try to be more effective and efficient, not only in design, but also in construction. The ones that we are looking at, and I think we've mentioned it to this commission, is the seismic retrofits of those tanks. You don't retrofit 2 or 3 million gallons of storage, every other year. So the staff is looking heavily into that, but we need the completion of that study. We did do a study initially that says, hey, those tanks need to be, or seismically need to be looked at, but we're trying to figure out is there a way to maybe not fill the reservoirs totally full? Is there ways that we can rehab those tanks that other agencies have done to extend the life of those tanks versus full replacement? And part of that water master plan, as we mentioned before, is looking at our total storage. The last time we looked at storage in our system was, I believe, 2017.
Ellen, I would just say, I know that you've said this before, but when we get these kinds of documents or the documents you gave us here, we need you guys to break out, this falls under an ongoing charge, and therefore it's in our capital reserve thing. This kind of project is expected to be bonded, right? It's going to help get things passed in a way, and frankly, save us a ton of time in these meetings.
No disagreement. And I did want to mention, we also did have, the UAC did have a subcommittee to take a look at water and electric rates, and we probably didn't do a very good job of mentioning that as well. I did want to just reinforce the water utility reserve management practices are embedded into the packet and talks about the reserves and the policies associated with that. I think we have mentioned that the city is looking at those reserve policies citywide, so we haven't gotten that report yet. So those are coming, and I think we mentioned that to the subcommittee. I believe it's coming this year. I don't know the exact timing of it. It is outside of the realm. We have provided our comments on the utility side.
Okay.
There's also a conversation, and it always seems to go back to Santa Clara, and since I was the former water director there, Santa Clara doesn't have any debt. So they don't have debt, so in terms for their water system.
Yeah, but we barely have any either.
And we are refunding, some of our bonds are finishing up, and we reflected that in the rates. And also, it's just more standard practice to actually, when you do bonds, you bond just on the value and benefits and certainty of the utility that's receiving the bond. So if it's a water bond, it's a water bond. If it's an electric bond, it's a separate electric bond. You don't typically do that in terms of guaranteeing the repayment of the bonds based on another utility. It's typically not the practice that we've seen. So I just wanted to mention that as well. All the other comments, just appreciate, the comments as well. Again, in looking at our rates and it's a lot of pass-through costs, there's a lot of hard work, and especially appreciate the conversations with the subcommittee, because we took a very hard look at trying to do that. We take all this comment and feedback to heart, as you may have seen in this report and our presentations. We've included those reserve policies in there. We've included kind of the bar charts of looking at what are the rate increases and why. So we always appreciate that feedback to create that product that's more useful to use the commission and the community.
Any other questions right now?
Chair?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to ask a question in a different vein. Slide 6, water cost revenue projections. After water supply, operations is the next biggest cost. And the table 1, it's not in the presentation, but table 1 in the packet shows it, even once we get past the big shift in reserves from operations to CIP, double-digit increase in distribution costs. Could you talk about, and I didn't see that in the packet at all, so could you talk about, the root cause behind those increases and what we're doing to lower those? Because it seems like that's a big cost, and it's the area that we probably have the most control over.
Yeah, so you're speaking to the double-digit distribution rate increases that you're seeing in that table?
Yes.
Yep. So distribution rate increases are to fund the city's water utility. There's the commodity rate increase, as you understand, and the distribution rate increase. These rate increases are reflecting, the rate drivers I mentioned before, the capital spending, mostly inflationary increases to operating expenses, and then restoring reserve levels. And so, if we...
Well, I'm saying, putting aside
What's your fraction
the
of energy costs
restoration
there?
of the reserves.
I can't answer that.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just asking, putting aside the one-time transfer between the reserve accounts, the rate trajectory for distribution operations is still double-digit. So it's a big part of the overall increase. And I'm trying to understand what's not in the presentation. What are the root causes behind the increase in those costs? And do we have a program? Are we doing something? What are we doing specifically to address those costs?
The increase in the operating expenses?
Correct.
Yes. So we have, as I mentioned in the earlier slides, we have taken a close look at what we can do to reduce those operating expenses, and I included that in the budget. And it is an ongoing process, so we'll continue to look at how we can reduce operating expenses to further reduce rates. Do you have any?
Just to add to that, also additionally, what you're seeing in Table 1 with the distribution rate trajectory, those distribution rates pay for all of the CIP that we've been talking about as well. So it goes for operating costs, where we've taken a hard look, and Adriana explained all the reductions that we've included in the budget. For capital, we have deferred capital in this utility, and now there's several different projects that we just took a deep look at the slide on all those projects, and those are being paid for also through the distribution rate.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but the way I understood it was that that's a one-time event that will be moving money from the distribution reserve to the CIP reserve. Is that wrong?
So the transfer that she described, yes, is a one-time transfer that we're proposing.
Okay, so then what I'm asking about is, after that transfer, this chart, Table 1 in the package, shows double-digit increases in distribution rate trajectory, and I'm trying to understand the underlying cause of that, and if we're doing what we're doing to reduce it, or to examine it at least.
Yeah, and I think I'm probably not explaining it clearly, or I'm not following, but the distribution rate that's in Table 1, that whole rate is not separated into capital and operating. It is just
We just
total.
agreed that the reserve transfer is a one-time event, right?
Yes, and you could recommend a different transfer or no transfer, but in any event, in order to pay for the costs, these distribution costs would remain the same. The distribution costs, the distribution rate pays for both distribution operations costs and distribution capital costs. So it's the cost of operating, maintaining, replacing the system, the water distribution system within the city of Palo Alto.
Okay, then I guess what I'm asking for would be, a drill down into the underlying factors that are driving the distribution cost increase. Because it's not, at least I didn't see it in the packet.
I'd like to draw your attention to slide 2, I believe it is, and slide 4. Maybe let's start with slide 4. I think it was where we showed the breakdown of the drivers of the increase.
Right, and the green bar on slide 4, and, no, I guess it's page 6.
Sorry, slide 5, my mistake there. slide 5 that we talked about has a bar chart, and we tried to break down the drivers. I'd be very interested in your ideas for how we can enhance this information and make it more accessible and clear.
Right. I think it's not that information that I'm asking about. On table 1 in the packet, it's after 2027. It shows for 2028, 12% distribution rate increase, for 29, a 14% increase, and for 30, a 9% increase. And I'm trying to understand, and I'm assuming those are past this transfer, reserve transfer, right? So I'm just trying to understand the details of the causes of those big increases.
Okay, thank you.
I'd appreciate it if we could talk about that.
So when I watched a couple of minutes of the Bosca meeting from February on TV, and I watched City Councilman Greer Stone ask some very pointed, forceful, good questions. He used the word in reference to the SFPUC rate increase, surprise increase, this surprise increase. They zapped us, they surprised us. He asked, how am I supposed to go back to my constituents and explain, yet again? It led me to go back to this same UAC package from a year ago in March, because I had this nagging feeling, isn't this exactly what happened last year? And it's total deja vu. Or better is Lucy and the football. Because it's last year, in March, in the March packet, staff report, we said, we've come back with a 10% rate increase after the 14% preliminary increase was frowned upon at UAC and Finance Committee, and we've brought it down to 10. And even in March, we were assuming from SFPUC a 0 increase in wholesale rate, according to the package. They surprised us last year, I think it was in May, 1 point something percent. Okay, 1% is not 10, but still, they hit us with another 1% after we tightened the belt. By tighten the belt, again, deja vu. Last year in March, we said, in order to get from 14% to 10%, we're deferring $7 million of CapEx. These are water main replacements and 2 new reservoirs. Sound familiar? We're putting them into the out years, or in fact, outside of the 5-year forecast window, tightening our belt last year in order to bring rates down to 10%. Here we are again this year doing the same thing. And by the way, last year, we moved $3 million from the rate stabilization reserve to ops reserve. So now this year, looking at our depleted ops reserve, I'm thinking, I think that same drivers chart that we just looked at said we put $2.4 million into ops reserve. We're going to do that, which is causing the rates to go up. And I'm thinking, but we put $3 million in last year. Maybe I'm misunderstanding all the reserves thing. I refer back to what we were saying 10 minutes ago. But I come into this vote thinking no, voting no, solely on the basis of the wholesale rate increase. And I heard the point earlier that, the city approves a simple pass-through. I'm not going to vote for any rate increase based on simple pass-through, no matter what the precedent is. When, SFPUC, I'll also point out that this fiscal 27 rate increase, which we're now hearing, we're saying 7.4%. Keep in mind that at Bosca, they didn't say 7.4. What they said was, it'll be between 5.9 and 9.1%. So hold on to your hats, because there's no reason, based on guidance from just a month ago, Bosca couldn't, or SFPUC couldn't come back to us and say, it's not 7.4, it's an extra 2% points. That would still be within what they've warned us is possible. And when you go back to the last year and their latest plan of record, they were saying that the rate increase in FY27 would be 3.4%. It's all over the map. So again, in the past, they said it'd be 3.4. Then they apparently whispered to our staff 1%. Isn't that what we heard in November? 1%? Now we're hearing somewhere between 7 and 9%. When we're dealing with this, and now I come to my one question, Alan, this is for you, I suppose. What is our staff's understanding of how SFPUC works? In other words, what is our understanding of how they set wholesale prices? Why do they set wholesale prices like this? You know, we have what's called a commodity price. So every drip of water, every bucket of water has a price in Palo Alto because we pay SFPUC. I mean, the way I think about it, they have no commodity price. The water just flows. Of course, they had to build a dam. They have to finance all that. They have to operate the transport system. I get that. But, you know, what transparency does SFPUC give us or give Bosca as to why these wholesale rate increases keep getting dropped on our heads? And so sporadically and unpredictably as far as I can tell. So my question again is anyone in Palo Alto staff able to get insight into their process, their cost, why rates are what they are? And is Bosca doing that for us?
So I'm going to ask Assistant Director Lisa Belier to go through the Bosca process, and when they give us the preliminary rate projections, the range of projections, and then the updates. But I did want to mention the first part of your comment, you know, just going back to, they are pass-through costs. Those are the rates that we're going to receive. And to your point on your concern about the timeliness of those updates and the increases, point well taken. There's no disagreement there. I did want to mention that our recommendation to the commission is just looking at this first year, right? We're trying to look at our reserve policies and the implementation of the rates to have this for this first year. We do a 5-year projection, as we always do, and we bring it to this commission, but I'll let Lisa kind of go through the process of Bosca and how they give us information.
So every year, we have a water supply agreement. We have a contract with SFPUC, and they must provide us with 30 days of notice of their rate increase, which they do, and they typically do the rate increase hearing in May. So we would get the official 30-day notice in April, around that time. However, usually in December or January, SFPUC provides a courtesy estimated range for what the rate increase is going to be. So they did that this year. In January, we got a letter that the range was, I think, between 6% and 9%. And then in February, they do a wholesale customer meeting and met with us and provided an updated estimate. So that's the process that we go through. I will also add that Bosca does a full audit of the revenue requirement costs every year. So they look at the listing of all the costs that are necessary to pay for that we pay for, and they have a finance manager, and she goes through and does an audit and makes recommendations on those costs every year. But in this case, the costs are not really what's changing. The costs are staying relatively the same. SFPUC's costs are not really increasing. I think it's like a 1% increase in costs. What's changing and driving the rate increase this year is a couple of things, but primarily it is the demand, as Adriana outlined. So it's demand regionally that's changing due to the weather. And so that is driving the rate increase change for SFPUC. And that plus there's a balancing account that tracks, any over or under recovery of funds from revenue from wholesale customers, including Palo Alto, and that account has been drawn down throughout the drought. And so now that account has actually money that we owe. So that adds to the rate increase a little bit. So those are some of the things that are driving it and the timelines that we're working with. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does, and I thank you because you've explained some of these things to me in the subcommittee, and thanks for explaining it to everyone. It, to my mind, doesn't change the fact that SFPUC just sits up there and drops rate increases on us in a way that is inexplicable, or at least untransparent. And so to earlier comments in this meeting and to Utsoff's reference to, I think it was 70% water rate increases going in almost to $200 on the median bill over, I think, 4 or 5 years it was. In that context, I can't vote to support a rate increase, even if there is this assumption of the pass-through. In terms of our process, I do wonder why we spent time in November, UAC, talking about preliminary rates on the assumption of a zero wholesale rate increase, when wholesale rate is, after all, almost 50% of the overall rate. I mean, at least it's 40% of the driver. And yet we did this year what we did last year, which is to assume, oh, there'll be no wholesale rate increase, and there always is.
So, I mean, I would like to separate, I mean, not passing these rates is not going to punish SFP. It's not going to do anything to them. They don't care, right? They don't care. And we could have this, address the strategic issue, which we did through One Water to some extent, about what the options potentially are to make ourselves not susceptible to the rate increases. But, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can write.
There are things we can do so they care.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I suggest that we focus on, the issues about next year and the way that the costs are being structured, the distribution costs are structured, the things we have control over, and separate out. And, if there are things that we think we could do to potentially nudge PUC in the future, let's separate that out and have a separate discussion. I mean, there's nothing we're going to do that's going to get them to make it anything other than the increase that they've had. We're going to write them a stern letter. What are we going to do?
Bob's right. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to have a rate increase. We're going to have to do the pass-through. I mean, at minimum, we could say, we don't want to do the CIP stuff, we don't want to do any of it, and we don't want to do the increase in the reserves. We could say that, but at the end of the day, we have to at least do the pass-through, because otherwise the water utility won't function. And remember, our purpose here is to advise City Council, and it's to advise them with a rational plan. And it's not a rational plan to say, we're not going to approve the pass-through. I mean, we may all be frustrated by it. I'm very frustrated by it. But we have to live with that or trying to figure out other ways to get it. But as long as they're charging us that, we have to pay it. I don't see any other.
To vote yes on the 10% sends an advisory message to council, and to vote no sends a different message. And I totally realize that we are subject to a monopoly situation with SFPUC. We are small, they are big, but it is not as if we have no leverage at all. And yeah, we make that a separate discussion. We don't have to discuss that now. Earlier, there's been all sorts of suggestions about what we can do with BOSCA and SFPUC. But simply to rubber stamp, 10% rate increases as far as the eye can see, deferring off maintenance, just again tightening the belt like we did last year and probably years before.
We don't have to say 10%. We could say something else. But I'm just saying we have to agree to the what is it, 4.7 or whatever?
4.1.
4.1. We have to agree to that. What's the 4.1?
That's the water supply increase percentage relative to the
2.37 million, yes.
I mean, there's that chart where they break it out of.
Yeah, the drivers.
Yeah, the drivers, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
2.37 million, it's 4.1, it's roughly 40% of the impact.
Right. But that I don't think we have a choice on. We have a choice to play with the other ones. And I guess I want to, but that's not even what you're asking us to do. And I actually wanted to understand, you have in the packet, you have a resolution that we passed that goes through the different rates. And if I look at each one of those, is that a 10% increase on each? Is that how so is it a flat 10% increase on all those numbers, right? So it's 10% increase on the fire, the water service from fire hydrants, the general residential water service. Each one of those numbers is 10%.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So when we say 10%, we're talking about all those different services.
Yeah. It's all the services, but it's a 12% increase on all the distribution rates combined with the pass-through change to the commodity rate of the 7 point.
So it's 12%, not 10?
The distribution rate increase is 12, and the commodity rate is 7.4, and the combined impact on a median residential bill is 10.
Got it.
It might be different for some of these other, because of the combination, it might be different.
Depending upon how much water you use or, different features, it could vary depending on how much water you use, basically.
Sure.
Okay, so I was on the finance subcommittee, and in the meeting, we discussed the CIP budget, the various places that the utilities worked really hard to save money on operations, the surprise in the SFPUC rate. We discussed the fact that debt is going down because we are retiring some debt. So should we consider issuing some debt for the large reservoir replacements, just to enable us to do the CIPs? So I think we have to acknowledge that we have delayed capital projects for a long time. And like Commissioner Gupta said, we have reduced the main replacement by a lot. The distribution rate increases are shocking year after year, but I don't see, without a new assessment of all the CIP costs in those projects, I don't see a way that we can just say, no, we're not doing all these things. So me personally, coming out of the UAC Finance Subcommittee, was resigned to the CIP costs that I feel we need to do, at least in 2027. I think if the master plan gives us new costs, or the reservoir studies give us new costs, we update our CIP projections in the future. I think we should do whatever we can to get those costs down, whether it's, volume purchasing from certain contractors to get our general costs down. I don't know if there are other things we should do, but I do advocate for being creative on that. But as far as this update is concerned, I would say I have no problem with the very large, I do have a problem with the very large distribution cost increase for 2027, but that doesn't mean I would vote no on it. I would vote yes on the distribution rate increase for 2027. I think for the future, for the out years, the SFPUC issue is a huge issue on not having any visibility to what it's going to be year over year, and I'm worried that every year we're going to have the same thing, where we're going to cut back on our CIP budget in order to keep the cost increase, the price increase low. So personally, coming out of this meeting, I am okay with the distribution cost increase for 2027. I don't know if there's some way we can just take 1 year at a time in this meeting.
Well, I think we are just taking 1 year. So what they're really asking us to do, if you look as the recommendation, is one, is approve the fiscal year 2027 water utility financial forecast and a transfer of up to $5.5 million from the operations. That's the first thing. And then the second thing they ask us to do is to increase the utility rates.
But does the forecast include the 5 years?
Yes, the forecast includes the 5 years. I mean, we could vote no on number one and not agree to that. And we could vote yes on some utility rate increase. Right? Or we could, obviously vote yes on both. But I don't think you have to vote yes on the whole thing. You could break it out. Staff can tell me if I'm wrong.
Correct. I mean, you could vote and say that you acknowledge the financial forecast and you'd like to see things come back in the next year on that forecast, but really, it's really up to this commission in providing that comment, because as we take this, we bring this to the Finance Committee for the City Council. So if you have discrete comments in terms of looking at those future years, in terms of, bringing back after we do the analysis on the seismic retrofit or replacement of those tanks, looking at bonding those costs and putting that into, see if we can do some rate relief to the customers and extending those payment over a longer period of time, or looking at other ways of how we do our projections in terms of what our assumptions are for SFPUC rate projections, and then comments on, after the master plan is completed, is refreshing, what is the rate of replacement for water main replacements. Those would be helpful comments for us to document and take back. We've already heard some comments on when we do another cost of service study. And what I'm hearing before we do our next cost of service study for the water utility, I think we should bring that back to the commission and get your feedback and really get that as a agendized item so that we put that information forward. But we are taking notes on that, but I'd rather bring that forward back as an agendized item before we do our next cost of service study to look at, different rates, tiered, what impacts of tiered options, zone charges that other utilities I'm very familiar with. We mentioned Hayward here as one of the cities that we compare to. They do have zone charges as they go up their Highland chain up into the East Bay Hills, so very familiar with that as well. So these are good pieces of information that we could take back. So discrete feedback like that as we bring it to finance is helpful. Also wanted to mention this information as in the presentation. We also provide Prop 218 notices to our residents, typically in the April timeframe, because there are some requirements of when we have to provide it to customers before we enact the rate increase. I just wanted to mention that as well.
So I have a question for all of you. What do you guys think about having them come back and talk about in a study session issue here the rate drivers, the financial the forecast for the out years for 28 through 31, where we would discuss what the reserves look like? Does it make sense? There's a lot of reserve questions we could ask. There's a lot of questions we could ask in the CIP about why are we doing the CIP? What are the risks? When do they need to be done? All of that so we understand it.
Can I make a suggestion? Greg, my sense is that we have this reserve question across all of the utilities, not just in the water utility. And frankly, that issue, I'd love a study session on that, but it should be utility-wide. And yes, Ellen, you're right. There was a 2.5-line discussion of the fact that in spring, that we're going to get, the external auditor is going to tell us.
Next spring.
And so I apologize for missing that one short paragraph, but I guess the point is, relative to what I see, in terms of the costs of doing business on water utilities, and the fact that frankly, we have foothills, and we have to provide foothills in addition.
And that's what your comments about charging more for the foothills.
Well, I mean, that's an operational thing, right? There's zone pricing. I think that there are things that we can have detailed discussions about after there's a master plan and a cost of service study. I don't think that we can have a particularly well-informed discussion about detailed operational things until those things are finished, frankly. Because we have a 20-year-old master plan.
I'm not sure the master plan drives most of the CIP costs. It does not seem to.
It should.
Yeah, so typically in the master plans, they look at the entire system, the hydraulic model, capacities, age of the system by pipe material, size, and class. They look at the pipeline breaks, and they provide a CIP recommendation over typically a 5 to 10 year timeline, which is typically what you see in terms of those master plans.
So then you shouldn't be spending any CIP money until after you finish it.
So we still have a replacement plan, taking a look at the age and size of the system and breaks. So we still do need to do water main replacements.
You need to do water main replacements.
Right,
but the big numbers in there are not the water main replacement.
There's some water main replacement numbers.
I guess there are.
There's a $3.5 million water main replacement.
Yeah, but there's an $18 million seismic upgrade, which is huge.
Greg, you are going to bond that and you have to do it.
If
you have an earthquake and you don't have water in the city, you're going to have a lot of angry citizens.
So, Chair and Vice Chair, what I may suggest is that, as we get the completion of the engineering evaluation and recommendations for the repair, replacement, seismic retrofit of those 2 tanks, that would help inform those discussions.
I think we need to come back and see a finished master plan, and that's a wonderful opportunity for us to have a cost savings discussion here. In the absence of that, I don't want to look at a 20-year-old document. It's a complete waste of time. I do also, with that, want to see a complementary cost of service study so that we have an understanding of how we can fairly allocate the costs of providing water to the city's residents. Because my guess is there's actually some opportunities for realigning the actual cost of distribution with the charged cost of distribution.
I guess on top of all that, I'm still concerned. So reading about the reserves here, and Ellen, you unfortunately made me, Director Curatori, made me more nervous when you said the reason Santa Clara could have such a small reserve is because they have no debt. That means to me it's not a risk mitigation. And I look at the amount of debt that's being planned, and it's goes from 2 million, 0.2 to 2.3. The covenants we have, in the 2009, 2011 bonds are net revenues plus available reserves should be 125% of that. Available reserves should be 5 times the maximum. Note that available reserves, as defined for both bonds, include the reserves for the gas and electric systems, not just water. I mean, we're so far beyond those covenants. If that's theoretically driving our reserves, it's insane. If it's not, what is?
So we've had some discussions on terms of those covenants because it does talk about multiple utilities. And as I mentioned, that's not typically what is being done. We are actively taking a look at those potentials to save money by looking at refinancing those bonds. Is there an opportunity to that? That's something that ASD, our Administrative Services Department takes a look at in terms of the debt for the utility. So, to that extent, we may be bringing something back to see if we can have some additional cost savings. That's not something that's uncommon. So I did want to just to mention, because that other city was brought up in terms of their debt service. It was not to imply anything else more or less, but just to put that in context.
Okay, can I summarize the past 5 minutes? We need a detailed look at operational costs going forward, like over the next 5 years, but we are not prepared to have that conversation today, and the city staff are not prepared to have that conversation today because we lack information around a master plan. And so I think that we should approve this year's cost increases in terms of distribution rates and table the out-year projections for when we actually can have a legitimate conversation. And that we should agendize that on the 12-month calendar.
But aren't you saying that you're not going to have the new master plan done for 2 years?
You'll have a draft master plan before next year, I presume.
I mean, aren't they spending like 100 some, I can't remember, it's like 100,000, but then most of the money next year to do the plan? So I don't think they have the plan for several years.
Well, maybe we should move that forward.
So let me do a couple things here. So
I'm trying to get this passed.
I am too. So the water master plan is probably, depending on when we go out for the RFP for consultants, is typically about a year, so maybe a little bit longer.
Okay, fine. So then we need to push it out 18 months. But 18 months from now, we need to remember that we all had this conversation. We can't have a real hard look at operations and distribution system costs until we have a master plan. So we should accelerate that to the extent possible, and that when that comes back in draft form, we need to look at it before it's finalized, okay? Given that we cannot really advise the city safely on changing their distribution system spend because we don't have a compass or a map to help us do that, I think we have to approve these rates. We want safe water supply.
I don't think we need to approve these rates.
Well, I don't think we have to approve all of the.
I think we need to approve the distribution
Fine.
system, the CIP.
That's correct.
I don't think we need to approve the restoring operating reserves. I'm still confused as to why we're moving $5.5 million out. And then
It should be called.
That's not okay with me.
It should be called restore capital reserves.
I said, I'm not understanding why we're moving $5.5 million out, and that's why I don't want to vote to move $5.5 million out. If we don't move the $5.5 million out, I don't think we need to do the 4.1. We could have a 4.3 plus a 1.2 plus, the little red part is really small, and that's the CIP. So I'm fine with approving the rest of it. I just don't want to approve the top part.
Yeah, I can understand how that's confusing, and it does have to do with, we have these different buckets. It might be more helpful if you look at slide 9, where we're looking at total reserves together, and you can see how they kind of move together over time.
Slide 9, that's the,
Water reserve projections, so that's showing total reserves. That's the operations reserve, capital reserve, rate stabilization reserve. So you can see how they're growing over time.
We're moving in '25 the operations reserve into the capital reserve. That's why the purple line is getting
Yeah,
smaller.
right.
Because we're moving the funds in '26 over from operating to capital, we're increasing that. And then you see in '27, we're trying to increase back in the operations. It's a two-step process, so I can see how that sounds like we're
But Alan,
doing
it's
it twice.
killing these conversations,
I
okay?
recognize
Like,
that.
and if you had given me any of these packets ahead of time, I also would have told you this in our pre-meeting, okay? Frankly, like, we need to be able, like, this is not helping the process. Sorry, it's not personal, but like, it's systematic. I want to get these things passed while we're all assembled in a single shot.
Appreciate the comment.
I don't want to lose sight also of this. We have these distribution rate questions outstanding, I think, but we also have commodity rate questions as well. Personally, I view them as tied because with increasing commodity rates, we are going to see an effect on the CapEx that we can do if we want to maintain reasonable rate increases moving into the future. And pushing that into the future doesn't mean we're not paying for it. We're just going to be paying for it in the future. I think we all understand that. So I view them all as tied. I think, given the conversation on distribution rates, I have a ton more questions now on what are our capital projects, how expensive are they? These reserve questions are hugely important. I'm currently a no on the whole thing, because the whole thing is one big picture. I don't think you can kind of just look at one aspect of it and approve it. But I do think we could use more time. I don't know if there's appetite with this commission to continuing this to a future meeting when we could get more of that information and maybe find more comfort, at least on the distribution rate increases. But I do think we also need to push on the commodity rate increases and make sure we're asking questions and bringing SFPUC and BOSCA here to answer our questions that the city of Palo Alto has on how we should be planning in the future.
Gustav, we don't have the information necessary to do distribution system planning if we don't have a master plan. And therefore, we really cannot dig in very deeply on changing a lot of these bars. We can definitely have an overarching discussion about reserve policies, but per this 2.5 line statement here, single sentence, we're not going to get that until spring 26. So that's the broader discussion to have, I think. And yes, it's a failure in this, but we're not going to be able to course correct in time on that one. On the supply side, this is a political problem right now. It is not the purview of, I don't want to say that we have no voice, right? But like, there's already Councilmember Stone sitting there asking pointed questions. How much more are we going to do by not voting it through? I don't think that like.
If we don't vote it through, if we don't give an alternative,
then we are
need to give some
just
alternative.
being
The finance
difficult.
committee will just be like, okay,
Great,
ignore that.
nice.
Yeah.
Frankly, as Lisa's just said, we have already approved a pass-through charge for 5 years. And so if we don't approve it, it's irrelevant because it's already approved.
Are you suggesting that when we pass through, when we say we're approving a pass-through, that for 5 years, the city's basically saying, we'll take whatever SFPUC rate increases they pass?
I don't know.
I happen to believe, no, but
Well, actually, Lisa, could you answer that question?
I think
Because this
we
is
have
something
to.
that you said. The pre-approval of pass-through charges over a 5-year period.
Yes, that was approved by the council.
When?
I believe it was in June of 2024.
Okay,
And
so
what does it say? What does it mean to pay? It means.
it's it's like a gas charge.
It means we
You
pay what they
charge
charge
us.
Okay.
Through
Which is
29.
then audited, right?
But it kind of goes without saying that we pay what they charge, but it doesn't mean that we agree with their process.
Well,
But it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter. What Palo Alto says about SFPUC rate setting and Bosca's fulfillment of its role and responsibilities does matter.
I guess you're right. It matters, but it's irrelevant to this discussion.
Well, it does not help Palo Alto's representative on the Bosca board for our UAC simply to approve whatever comes down the pipe with regard to wholesale prices. That does not strengthen anyone's cause if we want to affect change.
But I don't know what else to suggest.
Say no.
To what end?
If for no other reason than to send a message for, yeah.
But then, like, what is
message to
council
who?
supposed to do?
And what are the
Not
rates?
approve it?
What
Well, I
rates
guess
are
send
we
another
charging?
letter that the director of SFPUC will write back to blow off, to disregard, to say no. And so something has to change.
I hear your frustration and agree that we spent a very valuable couple of hours.
Yeah, we can stop talking and vote.
Having that conversation and also putting forward some, what I think were pretty reasonable questions.
Yeah.
But I will also say that I'm not sure that taking a no vote does anything to move that forward.
Okay, well, then let's just vote.
No, we're not ready to vote. So I guess there's two questions here. On the first part of this, I'm going to take a straw vote. Who would vote yes on item number 1, which is approving the fiscal year 2027 water utility financial forecast shown in the staff report and attachments and approving a reserve transfer up to $5.5 million from the operations reserve? Anyone would vote for that part? Raise your hand. Would you vote for that?
I don't think we've had quite adequate discussions about like why on earth we're doing these reserve transfers. Presumably, the staff think that this is in the best interest of the utility, and I'd like to hear from them why that's in the best interest of the utility and why it would be detrimental to not move this money around.
And should we have them come back with that information and have it?
Well, do you have that information right now, or do you lack that information?
I don't think we have a lot more details than what we've gone through, but I think it would be perfectly fine either way, whether we do the transfer or not. We can just report next year on what happened.
Does the transfer require council approval?
Yes.
Yes, it does, okay.
And I mean, not having more money in one reserve versus having more money in another reserve, it isn't changing the amount of money that we have. This is not a substantive modification. No, but like, it's moving it from one pot to another pot, but the money is still there, right? So if you think that this is a good idea, I'm happy to vote yes on that. And you think it is a good idea because it keeps us within the recommended envelope.
We
right?
have guidance to keep it
Yes.
under the reserve maximum 120 days of O&M, so that's why we were initiating that transfer. We stay within the range. We also looked at the capital reserve, and that would be a good place to put that money, so we could modify the reserves based on the policy and the availability of funds.
Right.
So,
And never mind that the policy at the global level across the utilities remains unset and that that's a failure. But we are not going to deal with that failure tonight. We need to have that conversation much more broadly.
So what I heard staff say is, doesn't matter to them if we vote no on that.
Right, but it also doesn't, in that case, we should vote yes.
It is to keep it within our reserve policy, is that correct? We're doing it to stay compliant with our reserve policy.
Reserve, in compliance to the reserve policy, and that is why staff is making that
And
recommendation.
I think that we want, while the reserve policy needs additional meat on its bones, at the moment, our external auditor, Baker Tilly, has failed to provide that. So we should follow current policy until that policy changes.
So my understanding, that may be coming as soon as April of this year. So wanted to just throw more fuel on that fire.
Do you want to then vote on number 1?
Yes, I would like to vote yes on number 1.
Can we separate the
Yes, we're
forecast?
separating it up.
No, separate the forecast from the reserve
We can
transfer.
do, I'm happy to do that. So the first vote then can be approving the fiscal year 2027 utility financial forecast as shown in the staff report and attachments, right? So why don't, anyone want to move that we approve that?
Just a question. So it sounds like we're getting some report out on the reserves in April?
That's early, that goes to policy and services, it's
Oh,
not
I
going to be
see.
finalized. So I'm trying to provide as much information as
Thank you.
I possibly can.
Thank you.
We're going to break this up into 3 votes. Okay, I will move then that we do not approve the fiscal year 2027 water utility financial forecast shown in the staff report and attachments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, can you call the roll?
Wait, so you were voting to not approve?
That's correct.
Okay, so if I want to approve it, I need to vote no.
No, that is
Great.
correct.
Okay, thank
It's a
you.
double negative, for instance.
Yes.
Could we just move to approve the damn thing and then you can vote no on it?
No.
Okay, fine.
Before we call roll, can you please confirm the motion on the screen?
Move San Commission to recommend the city council adopt a,
No, that's not the motion.
no, the motion is to not approve the fiscal year 2027 water utility financial forecast shown in the staff report and attachments.
Period.
Period.
So the rest of it needs to be detached. Approving the revenue transfer needs to be a separate motion.
Correct.
Could we please keep it in the affirmative, Greg?
He could withdraw his motion, you can make a motion, I don't know.
I could, but I think, look,
This is more useful,
I think
in
this is
that-
more useful
yeah.
because if this loses, then we can vote yes. I just look and think there's more no votes. I count 4 no votes. So if I count 4 no votes, what's the point in doing the other way first?
Fine.
Also, it sends advice forward.
Right, it sends advice. The advice is not to do it.
Not approved.
So can I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
If we vote yes on this motion, does that, yes on no, as Commissioner Tucker said, does that mean that the rate increase will not be what's planned?
Doesn't affect the rate increases at all. All it does is affect the financial, we're saying we don't believe the financial forecast that staff has given us, basically. That we don't think that's a good financial forecast. That's what we're saying. We're not approving it.
Okay.
Right, it's the out years.
But isn't the reserve, is this reserve transfer that keeps moving part of
So
your
that's going to be,
motion or
that's not part of the motion.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
that's
Okay, so we're not,
Commissioner Croft asked that we split that.
I will also vote against your financial forecast. I'll vote with you if you'll vote with me on the other. I don't really care.
Horses being traded.
All right, can you call the roll?
Maybe that was illegal. I take that back. It was a joke.
I know. Can you call the roll?
Commissioner Croft?
Commissioner Croft?
Sorry, it's been rewritten. We took out the not with bold, and can we just go back to what was moved? I think.
Yes, thank you.
We need to fix the second not.
I think,
we get rid of the first not.
Yeah, get rid of the first not then.
There we go. You're okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And not approved.
get rid of the whole resolution thing.
Yeah.
This is fine. It's correct. Let's call the roll.
It's not correct. You shouldn't have a resolution.
Or attachment A.
Yeah. There we go. That looks right. Okay.
Ready?
Now, Commissioner Croft.
I'm missing
Yes.
5-year financial.
Yes, we should we say 5 years? Should we put that in here?
Yes,
5-year
please.
forecast?
Yes.
The water utility 5-year financial forecast. Do we need to move this again, or we can just vote on this?
Just vote on it.
Okay, I vote yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Scharf?
Yes.
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta?
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mauder?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Next, we'll vote on, you want to make the motion to approve the reserve transfer of up to $5.5 million from the operations?
I will move to effectuate that reserve transfer.
I will second.
You want to call the roll?
Could I ask a question about, since we're splitting this into pieces? So does this create part of the 10% rate increase for 2027?
No,
It does
there's no
not.
effect on our rate increase.
So it's not the purple bar? up
No,
here?
no.
Okay, thank you.
And it's an up to number, so.
I do think, Commissioner Metz, your question actually might need just staff to respond. If we move the $5.5 million, that means the operations reserve goes lower, correct?
It's up to.
We're moving the funds from the operations reserve to the
capital reserve.
capital reserve, so the operations reserve would go higher.
No, it will go lower.
Lower.
Oh, if you transfer it, it goes lower, yes. If we don't transfer it, it stays higher.
But we are only moving to transfer up to that amount, and so you don't have to fully transfer that amount.
That's correct.
Okay. It just gives staff the authority to do that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Vice Chair Mater moved, since your cursor is there.
Commissioner Phillips.
Vice Chair Mauder?
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker?
No.
Chair Scharf?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta?
No.
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
Commissioner Croft?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay. Now I guess the question is, what rate increase would you like to recommend to the City Council? And the floor of that has got to be the commodity increase. Right? So it's somewhere between 4.1 and 10. I'm open to getting straw votes about what people think, but it can't be less than 4.1, and it can't be more than 10. Why don't we just quickly do it? What are your thoughts? I'm just going to go and ask everyone along the way. What are your thoughts on it, Commissioner Tucker? Or are you just voting no, period?
That's one way to say it. Yeah, I won't vote for an approval that's based on these wholesale rate increases without making a statement of protest.
Commissioner Metz, what are your thoughts on it?
I just like to understand where the reserve is. I think the point that Vice Chair Mauder made earlier, that we don't gain or lose any money by moving it from one bucket to another. So it seems like it doesn't matter. And the bond covenants are not affected by the operations reserve, correct? That's the one thing I would worry about.
We're not bonding this year, though, right?
No, I mean, all our historical bond covenants are not impacted by the status of the operational reserve.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think to focus it, we're talking about, do you want to do the full 4.11 of the reserve operating reserve? Do you want to do less than the 2.37 million?
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to do, I mean, as I read this chart, the operations reserve, it's still quite at the high end, right? Am I understanding that right?
Potentially not after the transfer. It's probably helpful to look at slide 9 to understand where we are in total. And I think just for future years, if you could please put the bounding projections on the total, that would be helpful in this discussion.
Right. But slide 7 looks like the operations reserve is near the high end of the range all the time, correct?
It is, and so the question
And
is.
yet our capital reserve is very low. It's on the very low end of the range, which is why we just approved that up to $5 million transfer.
Right.
To get us back in the middle.
And so that I'd go back to the question I keep getting wrong, which is, does this affect the rates for 2027?
Yes, this
Okay,
one
good.
would affect the rates for
Okay,
2027.
It's how much money do you want to move into the reserve?
Right.
Somewhere between 0 and 2.27 million. I mean, the easier way to think about it is that's 4%. Do you want to say you could have a 2% increase on that part, which would then get you instead of a 10, it would get you an 8% increase? Well, you could think about it like that, which is probably simpler. We can come back to you too.
Could I show something to him?
Sure. Commissioner Croft.
I would vote yes on 2027, increase of 10%. I do think there's some benefit to trying to smooth out the increases year to year, and would rather have that base to put our percentage increase the next year, even though I don't have confidence in long-range forecasts. So I support the 10%.
Commissioner Phillips, what are your thoughts?
I'm somewhere between 0 to the operation reserve and the amount that would keep the total reserve the same in 2027 as it is in 2026, which I can't read from the chart, but looks like it would take about 1.5 or 2 million off that number, which would keep the reserve constant 2026, 2027, and
Which would
least
be
in
an
planning
8%
2028.
increase, right? Because it was basically half, right?
Yes.
So it'd be an 8% increase instead of a 10% increase.
Yes. Since I guess, and my feeling is, just overall in the conversation is that we're somehow over-reserving, and, I don't want to be penalizing our ratepayers for that.
Commissioner Gupta, where are you?
I'm on commodity rate increases. I think my position is clear on distribution rates. I'm left with more questions than answers after this conversation. I think it would be useful to have more time before voting to approve this forward. If we want to provide responsible advice for council, I think we should try to get some of these questions answered before we vote on this year's rate increases. I think they're tied to the forecasts, and I think commodity and distribution are tied together.
So does that mean, you said a lot of words, but does that mean that you're a no vote?
Oh, I am a no vote on this motion as structured. If there is appetite, I'll repeat it one more time. If there is appetite to continue this discussion to a future meeting where we can maybe answer more of our questions and then vote on it and provide responsible advice to council, I'm heavily in favor of that.
Okay. So, of those of us who would vote for a rate increase, I wasn't sure where you were, Commissioner Metz, to be honest, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've heard 2 people who were willing to do, you said 10%, right? So 2 people at 10%, 2 at 8 is what I heard. And what are your thoughts?
I would ask if Commissioner Gupta has made a motion to carry this forward, because to me, that sounded like a good idea.
Well, I just want to remind everybody, I mean, sure, if there's a motion, we can then debate the motion, but just to short circuit all of this, we will have no more information at a future meeting than we have today until Bill Tilley, or whatever his name is, comes back with recommendations about our reserve policies, and until we have a water resource or a water master plan, which we are not unfortunately going to get for 18 months. So I just don't, I don't understand the point of doing
Sure,
this
I can answer that. I mean, I think there is something to understanding what are the current projects, what are the current considerations, and having feedback on those.
And was that not part of the discussion of our subcommittee that we heard a report back out on?
We did the same review of the CIPs as you saw today on this backup slide that was showed to us.
Great.
But we did not, we did probably a little bit more discussion, but not a ton more discussion.
Do you feel comfortable with the CIP plan as it currently stands, given staff's recommendations?
I felt comfortable with it. Now that I know that the master plan is outdated and not, I feel that we need the master plan as well to feel more confident in it, but I didn't have huge reservations with the CIP plan.
I felt comfortable with it, and I still feel comfortable with it. You know, yes, it'd be great to have another master plan, and maybe then I will feel uncomfortable and it needs to be changed, but, you know, given where we are and given what we know, there is no additional information that would be useful to me unless, you know, there's something hiding somewhere. But having been in the subcommittee and been in these discussions, I don't see any further discussion based on this that would make me feel more comfortable about the CIP. My major concern, particularly since the CIP is a tiny piece of the increase, yes, it's a big amount of money, so we need to think about it. But without a new master plan, yeah, we could probably find, you know, go in and split some hairs, but I'm not in favor of continuing. I mean, it's a lot of fun, but I don't want to, you know, go through it again.
The issue I have is today we are essentially deciding to defer CapEx. That is what's in the staff report because of the commodity rate increases. I just don't understand what that is.
We're
and I
not,
don't
we're letting
understand-
them, at least the four of us think the CapEx should go forward for 2027 increase, which is only point, what is it, 5.8? No, it's 1.2, right? Correct. It's 1.2% of the increase.
My point is that it might have been more if we didn't have such a large commodity rate increase. We're reducing.
No question, you're right. But the
yeah.
point is what staff's come to us.
So you'd be in favor of a larger increase and not only that transfer to the reserve, but also a faster spending of the reserve?
No, what I want to have information on is what are we spending this money on? What are we deferring? What decisions are behind that? I don't think we've had that presented to us, and it is a chunk of change in this rate increase.
Okay, so Vice Chair Mauder. And we have, if we're going to suggest something to council, since me and Commissioner Phillips are at 8% and you guys are at 10%, are you willing to go 8%?
Absolutely.
All right, make the motion, Bob.
I move that we approve make sure I get this right, recommend that the city council adopt a resolution increasing utility rates for FY 2027 by amending the rate schedules to reflect 8% increase effective July 1st, 2026, paren open, FY 2027, paren closed.
Can we further define that the way we're doing that is not by reducing CapEx?
Yes.
It is by reducing the additional reserve amount. Is that right? That's where we're going to get the,
That's correct.
that's where we're going to get the 2%, is that we're not
That
going
is
to collect 2% on the reserve?
So does that need to be part of the motion?
Yes, we should put, so, I mean, the whole point is so council knows why we're doing.
Right. By reducing the amount, I can't do
Going
this,
to-
some of the numbers
The
here
amount going to the operating reserve,
is
cutting it
reduced
in
by
half, by
2%.
50%,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. I just say by 50%, that gets you roughly.
It's basically like by going from the 10% to the 8%, that it's,
It's 50%.
yeah, I would just say the 2% difference between, well, I'm going to say it first, not that this should be it, but the difference between the 10% increase and the 8% increase, whatever that number is, should come from a reduction in the transfer to the operating reserve.
Yes.
Could I just ask staff, what would be the kind of longer-term impact of doing this change? In terms of, I'm just worried about costs later, costs now versus costs later.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would have to do a little more analysis to see how much this affects the revenue trajectory now, because with the lower rate increase, we are starting with a lower starting point now, and how that will affect revenue going forward. So, I expect it will result in lower operating reserve balance, primarily lower operating reserve balance, I think, yeah.
And I would just add to that therefore we would expect the rate increases in future years to be greater.
Depends on what you do on your CIP costs.
True.
Depends what the commodity increases are.
But do we honestly think it's going to be lower than we currently expect? I mean, I do think it's a great point. I think that we are going to have, this is why I supported the 10, is that I think we're going to have a higher increase the next year. It's not going to be 10 next year. It's going to be 12 next year or 13 next year. I mean, we can't just keep delaying our capital projects.
I'm not talking about delaying a capital project. I'm talking about not putting in an operating reserve, which I think may well be redundant and not needed. In fact, I support the capital projects.
Okay, can I second this?
Yes, we already got a second.
Okay,
I
we already
thought.
got a second.
Oh, no, we didn't. You could second it. You seconded it. You're right. I don't think anyone seconded it. We just need about going over the reserve by 2%. It's not by 2%.
Yeah, but this isn't quite right.
It's by 50%.
Correct, by 50%.
Yeah.
From the proposed.
From the proposed.
From the proposed.
Sorry, 50% from the proposed amount, so, yeah, it'd be better to put a dollar amount if we could, sorry. If you could reflect 1.2 million.
Is that?
By going to the operations reserve by 1.2 million.
You could do that. That may make more sense,
Okay.
more clarity.
Me too.
Chair Sharf, just procedurally, can details be filled in subsequently, like 1.2 million from the proposed amount of X, Y, Z, or is it just going to sit here, which means that in the future, we won't really understand we won't have any context for what the 1.2 million was, so.
Why was the proposed amount?
I think if you put the 8%, and then we can put in our comments to city council, that it represents a reduction into the operating reserve.
I'm good with the way it is. You can fill it out and stuff.
Okay.
They can fill it out later, is that how it works?
No, I think this is fine the way it is, but when you draft it up, you can explain it more if this isn't clear. Right? I mean, this seems pretty clear to me.
I also think this is a situation where having somebody, one of us, at the city council meeting, in case that question should come up, would be useful.
It will go to the finance committee first, so that might be the first opportunity for the UAC to opine.
It's a good idea. All right, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuger?
While I agree that we're over-reserving, I vote no.
Commissioner Gupta?
No.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Croft?
Yes.
Vice Chair Matter?
Yes.
Chair Scharf?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Can we assign somebody to go to the city? I mean, I do think this must, just having been there to describe our conversation, the reliability and resiliency strategic plan, I realize,
It'll be there.
When is the, yeah, it'll be there.
I'll remember all this, no problem.
When is the finance committee going? And you're on finance committee,
Yeah.
So we're all good.
Well, no, I think it would be great if there's, if
Do we
there's
know
a
when the
rep there.
finance committee
I
is?
believe it's March 16th, if staff wants to correct me, which I don't need to be corrected, so March 16th.
It's early in the process because this is so significant to the whole budget, so it comes early in the process. The other comment I wanted to make is, I mean, you guys are touching on it, but the real strategic issue here is how much do we want in, to my mind, I'll state it this way, how much do we want in total utility reserves?
Right.
And I've been pushing that question for 2 years now. There are some promises that we will look at that in the budget cycle, apart from the Baker-Tilly report that has to go through PNS, because it's all utility money from my perspective. And to the extent, just exactly what you did is the point, which is customers have to pay more if we have a bunch of cash sitting around that we may or may not need. But sometimes we're going to need it and sometimes we aren't. So we got to have them. It's just a question of what's our levels.
Yes.
So Bob, you going to go?
Is it the 16th?
Yeah.
I believe it's actually the 17th.
The 17th I can do it, 16th I'm teaching at Berkeley.
So if it's the 17th, Bob's going, otherwise we'll figure it out who goes.
I got pinged, it's actually the 17th, so.
What time on the 17th?
4 o'clock? 4 o'clock on the 17th?
I think so. I'll let you know if I can't, but
Let us know if you can't for some reason.
Commissioner Lawing, I just wanted, Councilmember, I'm sorry. The one thing I think is really important that we do while having those discussions about reserves is to make sure that the emergency preparedness factor is also well addressed. I know that's an issue that Commissioner Metz has had for a long time, and I think it's like absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more that it's all money, and we should also understand that in catastrophic instances, you're going to have a
catastrophe.
A catastrophe, that's right. So I want policy around reserves, and I will, I think once we have policy around reserves, we can also talk about the quantity of reserves.
I also want to talk to the 2 no votes and make sure that I'm, adequately, because they'll ask, why did 2 people vote no? I want to make sure, it's not because you think we should have had higher reserves. It was for other reasons, so that I can honestly, represent your opinion.
All right.
Thank you.
That concludes that item. Thank you so much. Sure, let's take a break.
Good.
Do we have a presentation on the next item?
Yes, we do. We have Eric Wong, Resource Planner, and this is his first rate presentation, and I'd like to turn it over to him.
Welcome, Eric, and if we're tough on you, it's nothing personal.
I understand. Thanks.
Except the timeliness of the submission of the slides.
Okay, dear commissioners, my name is Eric Wong. I'm a resource planner for the utilities, and I'm here to present the FY 2027 wastewater collection utility financial forecast and proposed rate changes. I'd like to mention that we have Aaron Gilbert and Cal Anderson in the audience, and they're from Public Works, and they're here to help answer any questions related to treatment plants. Next slide. So the proposed rate adjustment for wastewater collection utility is a 16% increase in FY 2027, which translates to approximately $10.70 per month for the typical residential customer. This increase is primarily driven by the funding of Palo Alto's share of the rebuild of the aging treatment plant and for the purpose of complying with increasingly stringent wastewater discharge regulations. We also need to restart the 5-mile sewer replacement project in FY 28, and there are other factors including higher CIP costs, some one-time CIP projects, and the replenishment of the CIP reserve, which is currently depleted. This table shows our current rate trajectory. As you can see, we have the same rate trajectory in 27 and 28, but due to updated cost and revenue assumptions, we are recommending 1% of rate increase in 2029 to 2030. Some of the key reasons are we have higher Valley Water grant revenue in FY 26, and we also have higher treatment costs and lower operating and CIP expenses throughout the forecasting year. Staff has listed a few uncertainties that could have cost pressures, but some of these items are highly uncertain and are not included in this forecast. Finally, the wastewater collection utility currently has a $3 million loan borrowed from the fiber utility, and we plan to repay this loan by the end of 2026. Next slide. This slide shows some of the proposed budget reductions, same as the water utility mentioned, and these are the annual reductions that are embedded to the forecast for the wastewater utility only. Next slide. So staff do have two rate comparisons. So this is a bill comparison from Silicon Valley Clean Water that shows our comparison with some of the neighbors to the north, but I'll skip the Sorry about that. So we can skip to the next slide and talk about our usual typical community averages. So under our typical comparisons, we are about 12% below the city averages from the other cities, and bills are higher for commercial customers. And I would like to point out that Mountain View and Los Altos are other treatment partners. Next slide. Under UAC recommendation, we added the slide to show the FY 2027 rate increase drivers. As you can see, a portion of it is due to treatment, collection CIP, and the majority of the rate increase is due to replenishment of the CIP reserve, which is currently depleted. Next slide. This slide shows us wastewater cost and revenue projections. You can see the stack bars are cost items broken by different expense categories. The green line is the revenue, and the text are the rate projections for current projection and the prelim projections. I want to mention that due to some of the cost items in FY 23 and 24, we had declining commercial revenue in those years. It was a multi-year commercial revenue decline, and in 2024, there was a a higher CIP expenditure due to the acceleration of a sewer replacement project, and it was made to align with Caltrans street pavement on El Camino. And due to these drivers, the operation and CIP reserve were exhausted. Next slide. This slide shows the operation reserve projection. As you can see, the reserve is projected to be between the reserve minimum and reserve target throughout the forecasting year. The operating reserve in 23 and 24 was very low, and the collection utility had to defer a sewer main replacement project. Next slide. This slide shows the CIP reserve projections. The reserve is currently depleted, and we will begin contribution to the CIP reserve starting in 2027. In 28 and 2030, those are the construction years for the sewer replacement projects, which will draw down the reserve below reserve minimum, but it will recover in non-construction years. Next slide. Here are some key messages that we plan to undertake to engage our customer regarding these rate changes and the typical outreach channels. I would like to mention that we provide an annual opportunity notice to our customers, and the customer will receive this, the notice this year by the end of April. Next slide. Staff recommend, the UAC recommend the City Council adopt a resolution approving the FY 2027 wastewater collection utility financial forecast and amending the rate schedule as listed. This is the end of the presentation. We welcome your feedback and are happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak?
If any member of the public would like to speak on item 4, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. We have no requests to speak.
Okay, then moving back to us, do we have anyone who wants to talk? Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I had some questions. It seems like one of the big drivers is the increase in our treatment costs. Seems like based on packet page 92 that we're estimating it going from 3.1 million to 6.7 million annually, which is an increase of roughly 30% above our previous forecast, and primarily driven by higher labor costs, addition of new staff positions, lower projected grant funding from Valley Water, higher commodity prices, chemical costs, et cetera, et cetera. I was wondering if you had a slide just kind of breaking out the independent contributions of each of those categories to that cost projection.
We don't have a slide that breaks out. I think what you're asking for is the different components of the treatment cost and what's driving it. We do have a chart that shows the different components of the treatment cost, so we can show you that and give you a better flavor of it. Shall we start there?
Sure, thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Gilbert. I'm the plant manager for the Regional Water Quality Control Plant.
So we'll just give a brief overview of the slide, if Eric, if you can do that, and then Aaron would maybe be able to provide a little bit more insight in some of those specific drivers that you mentioned that are driving the costs up.
Yeah, as you can see in the dark blue, they're the treatment O&M, and some of the lighter blue are the pay-as-you-go CIP, and the orange and yellow are the debt services.
I think there's a version of it somewhere. I'll look for it. But in response to the question, we do have some backup slides, so we're sharing this that we had prepared.
So specifically, what are you asking for with this slide here, for example?
Oh, sure. I'm just trying to get a sense of what are the drivers of the increase in the forecast? Trying to understand what is contributing to it. Is it more the higher labor costs? Is it the addition of the staff positions? Was it grant funding a lot of money and we have lower than expected grant funding from that source? I'm just trying to get a sense of what are the components that take us from 3.1 million to 6.7 million?
So that's a good point. We have a lot of factors all combined together. We have a plant that is over 50 years old, that is aging. We have projects that are increasing. We have not had a lot of staff increases, but that is a contribution. Those are a lot of the factors, but the major factor is we are doing a lot of construction for nutrient removal that's now been mandated by the state, so we have regulatory costs. So a combination between aging infrastructure and regulatory costs, those are their two main drivers.
Do you have a sense of, is it like 80% of the increases are those two components, to say as an example, or do you have a sense of kind of?
I do not have a percentage right now, but I can get you that.
Thanks. That was my question. I think it would be helpful to see some of those breakouts and get a sense of it. I don't know if it's possible to do in the course of the discussion, but I think it would be helpful for me to kind of understand what are some of the kind of major drivers in the treatment costs versus others.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment? Go ahead, Commissioner Croft.
I had a couple questions. On page 90, I'm trying to find the place where I got this note, but there is a reference to the criticality of capacity fees. Does that sound familiar? And can you guys just kind of talk about what that statement means?
So we are projecting so the budget has about a $9.4 million capacity fee, and they're related to new developments, and mostly they're multifamily new developments. And we're anticipating to receive that amount, but staff conservatively are projecting only 80% of that and splitting it over a 5-year period starting in 2028. So as those funds come in, and when we have more information, then we'll adjust those revenue adjustments.
And is it based, you say it's for new construction, so is it new construction? You're just, the unknown is like when those will actually be completed?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so sorry, let's get back to the numbers. So tell us what the risk is, kind of, you said you spread it over 5 years. What's actually when you think these funds will come in? And tell me again what the scale is.
It is still very uncertain. We're projecting $1.5 million per year of revenue from those capacity fees.
Okay, and is it, you spread it over 5 years because you're just not sure when the projects come up?
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. I had another question about the debt service starting for some of the big projects in 2026, but I didn't see when the actual projects are starting. So there's a table with capital expenses, but I didn't see, I also see attachment A, Exhibit 2, which is on packet page 114. So let me just get there and I'll tell you what it is. Packet page 114 is wastewater collection utility capital improvement program, but you don't have the same table for the treatment CIPs. I don't believe, I don't think I saw it. So I think that's where those huge projects are, and I'm wondering when they start, where they are, like what's the timeline of those projects?
Yes, and we'll look for where that information is. And maybe Aaron can give a little bit more, but we do include that information also in our quarterly report. So we kind of identify, about how much capital the plant is spending in which years. But we can get that to you if it's not in here, but we'll look for it. Aaron, do you have any overview of when is construction happening on secondary treatment and things like that?
Definitely. So Currently, we are in the middle of our secondary treatment upgrade, a $192 million project that is split between the 6 partner agencies for cost. We're about halfway through, and so it should be up and running in full activity in 2029. So we're really looking forward to that. We completed a project recently called the primary treatment upgrade, about $16 million. That happened last year. We just completed another project. Just today I signed for it. It was should have been an $8 million project, but it jumped up to 12 because of unforeseen problems. And then we also completed recently the first phase of our 12 kV program upgrade. That was also completed last year. We have our Headworks program that we are in the process for designing. And we are currently building a $60 million advanced water purification station, salt removal station, mostly paid for by Valley Water and Mountain View. And that is just in the beginning stages of construction.
That's great. So I do. Yeah, so I guess my question about the timing was out of the comment in the packet that the debt, we started paying debt in 2024. So would you say in general that it was my impression that we might be paying debt before we were actually working on those projects, but would you say, it sounds like we're actively working on the projects that we're servicing the debt on. Is that correct?
That's not quite correct. Some of the smaller projects we've been able to use with our minor CIP. You don't want to call it a reserve, but essentially we would be able to pull money from different partners for different projects. And because of COVID, we didn't use that money, so it built up over time. We were able to do a couple projects from that. We did have one loan for the primary sedimentation tank. We also had SRF loan for the $192 million project for the STU. The great thing about the SRF loan is that we don't have to start paying it back until we're completed with the project. And so we won't start paying that back until 29.
Let me show a slide where you can see this a little bit more. If you go to slide 7, please. The treatment capital and debt is shown in the dark blue, and the largest project that Aaron was mentioning, the secondary treatment upgrade, is reflected in that big increase that you see in that dark blue between 29 and 2030. So that's when we start paying the debt on the secondary treatment upgrade costs. But that work is actively going on, and there's updates being provided at a staff level on that project. So that's kind of the timing of that largest project that you can see. It's a little harder to see some of the smaller changes in the debt service, but that kind of presents the general idea. And then if you wouldn't mind going to slide 18. This is a backup slide that we prepared that shows the magnitude of the largest projects that are going on that Aaron was just describing. And so you can see the status of those projects and the amount of total project cost across the partners. This is not broken out by how much Palo Alto's share is, but it tries to give you an idea of a little bit more specifics there.
So on 3 of the projects there, we're about halfway completed through construction. And then the other 2 that are in design are exactly what they are, and they're in design.
I have a couple of questions, or we're not done?
Actually, I was just going to ask, can you just one more time go back to the breakout where it showed the debt popping up in 2030?
Yeah, that was on slide 7.
So my question is, we don't have to pay it until 2030, but I assume we've got that money already? Do we already have the money that we're going to start paying, servicing in 2030?
So my understanding is that that is a loan at a very good interest rate. I think it's something like 0.7%, or 0.9%, 0.8%, and that it is being reimbursed as they go. So when they submit receipts, then the state will reimburse those funds.
Okay, thank you.
My question.
What is the rate on the SRF loans that you have right now?
The one for the STU, which is $192 million, is 0.8%.
And the Headworks one?
We don't have a loan for the Headworks currently. It's still in design, and we will probably not be able to get an SRF loan for that large amount after the STU project, SRF changed its funding program.
Okay.
So the rates are charged are by connection for residential, but entirely volumetric for commercial and restaurant, correct?
For commercial, we use the prior year's winter average, while restaurant is monthly based on their volumes.
But it's totally volumetric. There's no
volumetric
connection charge.
No.
And so you're increasing each of these 16%, or you're proposing to. Have you done a cost of service analysis about, I understand that residential aren't metered, but should there not be a connection fee plus maybe a volumetric fee for the others, if you were doing it on an allocative basis?
So our latest cost of service study was in 2021, and that is something that we could look at when we return to the wastewater for cost of service. I think we're going to do that next after we do water.
Okay, did they look in 2021 at the potential for a connection charge plus a volumetric charge?
I think there's a connection and capacity fee, so a new development comes in and they're going to connect to the system. That's the fee that we were talking about, that we're spreading over the 5 years. The residents are paid not on a volumetric charge, it's a flat amount, but to that point, if when we do that cost of service study, then we assess in terms of the loadings and estimates of the flows for residents and as well the other customers.
So have our flows been increasing or decreasing over time? It's one, we look at the others, there's always a slide on demand, but this one there's no, or at least I didn't see any graph that says, well, okay, here's our usage of the wastewater facility over time, and here's what we project.
So I can answer that for the long and short term. So 15 years, if you look at what we were using compared to now, we're down. However, from COVID up to now, we've increased. And so that's just kind of the blip that was COVID, that everybody was home instead of going to work. But if you want to look at the overall trend, we are down from 15 years ago.
And our processing charge is based on our share of the volumetric input generally, into the wastewater plant?
There's two parts of it. One is the cost share, which is the capital. You are charged for what your capacity rate is. And so I believe Palo Alto is at 38%, if I'm not mistaken. And then also there's a flow and loading based. And that's how we use our O&M, operation maintenance. And that fluctuates throughout the year.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I was curious whether, I remember we've had discussions about, when you have a big rainstorm and the storm drain goes down, that a lot of it goes into the wastewater treatment plant. Is that expensive for us? And I'm wondering if there are reasons to try to manage stormwater better to lower cost. Just wondering how that connects.
I would not be able to give you details on how expensive it is, but I would say yes, it is expensive when that happens. Our flows are normally about 18 million gallons per day, and when we have, just like the little storm that we had a couple weeks ago, our flows jump to 40 MGD, million gallons per day.
Did you say from 18 to 40?
Correct.
So is that happening in all the other cities that are flowing into our plant?
Most other cities also have what you were describing is called I&I influx and infiltration. Most cities have that. And so if you are able to improve what does not go into your sewage, into your sewer pipes, you decrease the flow coming to the plant, you decrease your flow percentage that you would pay for.
Right. I'm just wondering, has that ever been an initiative in the city to try to better control our stormwater? I know in my neighborhood we have some of these little pools that I think it's an experiment to try and, get the water to go into a little, into the ground instead of into the wastewater, into the storm drain, which I think is a great idea, and we should do more because we need our groundwater. And I'm just wondering if that plays into any of our plans.
So I do want to bifurcate the what we call I&I or infiltration that we see during high wet weather flows, right? So that goes into the sanitary sewer system. I think the other part is just separate is the separate storm drain system, which it basically collects rainwater that goes into the gutters, and it's a separate system that goes to the creeks and ultimately to the bay. So just to separate that. And yes, I mean,
how does it get in there? Can you just teach me a little bit about how the extra water gets into the system?
In terms of into the sewer system? Yeah, so there's multiple ways that could happen. There could be connections where a customer may have put, or a resident or put connected into the sewer from the storm. It also could come from events where you have flooding. So when we had some overtoppling of the creek beds, you could have the flooding in the streets. People could be, frankly, popping manholes to try to get rid of that flow, and that creates a surge into the sanitary sewer system. So that's one of the ways it could happen. The other way it could happen as part of the sanitary sewer system is inflow into the pipeline. So we do sewer condition assessments if there's cracks in the pipelines themselves. We have switched as a city to high-density polyethylene pipe, which is basically fused pipe, so you have less of that I&I, but it is still an issue for sewer systems and storm drain systems in general when you have high groundwater as well. So groundwater infiltration, what we call nuisance groundwater levels, that could impact that I&I going into the sewer system. So it can come through the lines, come through the manholes. There could be inadvertent connections where it's connected to the wrong location, or when you have these extreme flooding events where you have these surges into the system. And please add.
I think you covered basically everything that they can get in there. Just to clarify one thing, maybe, is that when we're talking about illegal connections or connections that aren't supposed to be there, it's usually from somebody's storm drain that they connected straight to the sewer, just because they didn't want it piling up on their property. That's a very stereotypical way of doing it. But there's many ways in which you can connect to the sewer illegally and dump.
So I guess just the question I asked before, is there any value in trying to reduce the expansion during an event like that?
I think there in general, in the collection system, there's always value in tightening up your pipes and system, because the more water that you have, the more you have to treat. So, as part of that, you can look at areas where you have some concerns. You can put some flow monitorings out on remotely to take a look at that. As part of what we do to upgrade our hydraulic model, we take a look at areas where we have more I&I, and those lead to capital projects. So
what is our I&I in percentage of water treated?
So I don't have that number for you right now.
Do you track it every month?
No, we don't track it every month because we only have 2 seasons. We have a dry season and a wet season.
Right.
We are able to track the total flow coming into us from our different partner agencies, and we're able to delineate who has flow and who does not. But we do not track who has I&I. That's not part of our scope.
And part of the I&I could also is that nuisance groundwater levels. Some of the pipes, as we go closer to the bay, could get saltwater intrusion, where that also, you can see that into the wastewater discharge, and that also can affect the salinity.
Do we have a theory on how big a problem it is in wet season? Like, could it be 10 or 20% of our total treated volume?
I don't have the data in front of me right now to answer that question, but it is a significant difference when you look at the data.
Difference between what?
If you look at the dry season compared to the wet season.
Of course, no, but I'm talking about I&I as percent of, my understanding, and I know this, for example, from our utility in Tahoe, where I'm on the board, is and there they deal with snow melt at 8,000 feet. So I&I is a massive problem, and they track it on a monthly basis. I just didn't know whether we did or not. It sounds like we don't.
So we have flows that come into us every month, every day. We're able to track all those flows, and we're able to say what the total number of flow is, but we do not track for each individual partner to see if they are having an I&I issue. But we can get back to some of the information if needed. They can pull the data.
I don't know if it's as significant, but you were, back to you, Rachel, if you want.
No, I mean, I'm just looking for places, like we have big increases, and we are low compared to our surrounding neighborhoods, which I'm glad to see, even though I'm like, wow, it gets really expensive in some of those cities. So I was just curious whether there was an opportunity to cut costs in that regard. And yeah, when we were given our retail rates versus the surrounding communities were low, basically.
So it would definitely help the treatment process, the O&M process during the year. If you lowered your I&I, your overall flow would decrease, and that would lower your O&M costs for the bill.
Okay, and so do we think just like the change out of the material on the pipes is going to slowly get this lower over time, or will it make a difference?
Yeah, there's different ways you can rehab the pipeline. So you can do a full replacement with high-density polyethylene pipe. You can do a slip lining of it if you have some areas where you have cracks or breaks. So there's a positive attribute for that as well. So that is part of the assessment, the condition assessments that we're going to be making. We're re-TVing the interior of the lines through a standardized process, and from that, we'll have capital projects in terms of priority.
I vaguely recall maybe seeing that swimming pools are supposed to be drained into that. Is that correct?
Your swimming pool should be drained into your sanitary sewer.
Yeah, so that seems like, I don't know how many households of use that is, but an opportunity, I have no idea if you could ever identify that that's happening.
I'm sorry, the question is if I can identify if people are using...
If someone's draining their entire pool into the sanitary sewer, I mean, it must not happen all that often, but...
I don't know that answer.
It would be a cost.
One would think that because you want to keep your pool full most of the year, because it helps protect the integrity of the pool itself, that they're not doing that very often, and if they do, they're replenishing the water very quickly. My assumption, I'm not a pool owner, my assumption is that they probably do that in the spring when it starts to get warmer to replenish the water, and other than that, I don't know.
You only do it if there's like huge algae buildup and you have to drain a pool, otherwise you never do that. But you made a point, Rachel, about our relative price. I was just confused by a lot of the data in the staff report. Slide 4, if I read it right, has Palo Alto as the lowest. We're the lowest bar in a chart full of neighboring cities, but Table 9 in the staff report has us at $67 a month, on par with many other towns like Los Altos, but Mountain View is lower, Hayward's lower. Are we the lowest monthly residential wastewater city district?
So we were not. I think some of the feedback that we received last year is to provide some other agencies in terms of beyond this, what we normally provide.
What is slide 4 saying?
Do you want to bring that one up?
So slide 4 is basically saying compared to the agencies on that slide, Palo Alto is the lowest.
Millbrae, I mean,
yeah, so those are going up the peninsula in terms of, and those are served outside of, some of these are outside of our service territory. So if you look at those lists, a lot of those are on the peninsula. We'll note Sunnyvale is not. Sunnyvale is south of us, and they have their own separate wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
And they are also going through a significant upgrade to their wastewater treatment plant upgrades as well.
Okay. These are kind of small points, but there's an entire section in our staff report that suggests, if I read it right, that our revenue in wastewater is $2 million, 1.7, or next year it's 3.4. It seems off by an order of magnitude. The charts, of course, have us in the much higher numbers, but over and over, like on page 1 Well, there's an analysis of FY25, which I found confusing. I didn't know
There's a
why.
comma in the wrong place. I hung on that too. It's 1.9 million, comma, or 7% higher. It's the 7% higher than forecast. It's 1.9 million higher than forecast. It's not 1.9 total.
Oh, because then later it talks about our treatment costs were about 1.6 million. That seemed off by an order of magnitude. Our operating costs were about 1.5 million, or 15%.
Yes, I apologize for that confusion there. There's a misplaced comma. It shouldn't say we're approximately 1.9 million. It's linked to the 7%. It's a delta, yes. So sorry, that was confusing. We can try to reword that.
I don't want to wordsmith the whole thing, but generally this, the text write-up in the staff report under analysis was completely misorienting to me. It's not just a comma. Why are we talking about FY25? What's the point? And multiple times, I guess we're trying to describe the deltas, but what's the use of knowing a delta when you don't know how big the underlying absolute number is? If you scroll way down to page 46 and look at the slides, well, yeah, you see what the numbers are, but this is more style than substance, but that really needs improvement. And what we're really saying about our residential sewage cost relative to other neighboring districts, as I said a moment ago, the message is mixed and unclear. One chart very clearly says we're the best, and the table in the staff report suggests we're kind of on par. So with Mountain View, Los Altos, Hayward is even mentioned. So for when this gets passed on, I guess, to Finance Committee, I would urge us to improve the write-up. In November, we did a master plan. In the water session, we talked about the need for a master plan. So brand new master plan in wastewater. What does it say, the master plan? How does it tie into CIP, and our CapEx plan? Was there somewhere in the report that I missed that summarized this brand new master plan? Because the master plan, of course, usually has outside third-party engineering assessments, points of view, recommendations on what is urgent and less urgent in terms of CapEx projects. What did the master plan say? And I probably should clarify, was the master plan done for utility or for public works? Was it done for distribution or done for the WWTP?
So the treatment plan is currently going through an updated master plan. We had one completed in 2012, and we're finishing the last project with the headworks. That's our last project from the headworks project are our plant, the one that will take care of everything as it comes in, all the sewage as it comes in. And that's our last project on the 2012 master plan, or the long-range facility plan as we call it. And we're currently doing an updated long-range facility plan for the plant, and that will be able to give us a schedule for what's going to happen the next 30, 50 years.
So that's the master plan for the plant?
For the treatment plant, correct.
That new plan hasn't come out yet, but there is a new plan just done for presumably the collection part under CPAU. Did I read that right? Oh, sorry. No. So we did an update in November to our sewer master plan, which is taking a look, and we use the same consultant, frankly, that is being using at the treatment plant. And it ties into our flow metering, it ties into our flow metering into the system, and updating our sanitary sewer, primarily to update our sanitary sewer hydraulic model, because that helps us understand where we have capacity and other deficiencies. So they did come up with a preliminary list. It's still under being finalized. And we take that information and we integrate it into the system. A lot of it is that flow monitoring and looking at modeling the system, but it's really looking at
the TVing of the mains, to do doing the pipe condition assessments of the sewer mains to figure out where they are in terms of their defects, and then how we would rehab those lines. As I mentioned, there's several ways to rehab the lines. There's a full replacement. There's slip lining, if that's possible. In some cases, the smaller lines, we do what we call pipe bursting. So we take a smaller line, we go in and make it a little bit larger if we need capacity. And then there's spot improvements that we can make as well. So that condition assessment ties into how we do that rehab, and that folds into the capital projects.
I just want to back up a bit, make sure I get the main points. So there's a master plan going on at the treatment plant under Public Works, got it. We used the same outside firm to do a master plan, can we call it that, for the sewage collection system, which is CPAU. Was a report created? I presume there was a master plan document that resulted from all that in November.
Yeah, the primary is the output is the hydraulic model and a list of capital projects that is still being revised and is under draft.
Okay, so the report's not done yet, the plan's not done yet, okay. And it will have recommendations for CapEx.
It will have recommendations for capital projects, and it also ties into areas where we look at capacity. And we have to prioritize that as well in terms of what areas do we have capacity limitations. We're talking about the wet weather flows and the pipe condition assessments.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question. What percentage of these costs are caused by the regulation increases, and what are caused by having to rebuild the water treatment plant?
So it sounds like you're asking what percentage increase from what was different, so the large increases. I don't have those numbers in front of you, but I can get that to you. The secondary treatment project that we have, the upgrade, is completely based because of biological nutrient removal necessities. We have to remove the nitrogen from the water completely, not just to remove ammonia into nitrates or nitrites, but to remove the nitrates into nitrogen gas. And so that whole process is essentially why we're doing the STU upgrade currently.
And how much is that upgrade? Do you remember roughly?
The whole project is $192 million.
So that's being driven by the regulations, that portion of it.
Correct.
So it's basically costing us $192 million.
Divided by what is the capital cost, which is, I believe, 38%. So really quick in my head, that's like 75 million dollars essentially over what you're responsible for.
Okay. And that's over, are we bonding for that then?
We used SRF loan for that.
Right. I was just trying to figure out if those 20% increases, how much is related to that?
So for breaking down the rate increase, it might be helpful to go back to slide 6, where we show the rate increase drivers. And for 2027, we're not yet paying on that debt service for that loan for secondary treatment yet. That's not coming up until 2030. So the portion that's attributable to treatment is that 2.8% at the top of the slide. So about 3 of the 16%.
No, I saw that for
okay.
I saw that for 2027. I mean, 2027, It looks to me like the big drivers, we didn't have rate increases before, and so we depleted the CIP reserves, and now we basically have to make up for that, and that's 10% of it.
Okay.
I mean, if that's wrong, tell me, but that's what it seemed like to me. But in the years after that, I mean, the rate increases continue at 20%, right? And so I was wondering and it's that 196 million that's the 37 that's driving part of that at least.
Yes, it's driving part of it.
And the other part is what?
There's several factors. There are aging infrastructure that we have to replace. A good example that we just saw this last year was the joint interceptor sewer that we completed. We found that the main junction box of sewer coming into our plant was completely dilapidated and needed to be replaced right then and there. We weren't planning on that. That was not in our master plan. And so because of that, that was a large increase, $4 million that we weren't expecting. So when things happen like that at a very old facility, you don't really know how bad it is until you get into there. And we couldn't get into there because you have all the sewage going through that one point from all partner agencies. So the ordeal to set up bypass pumping to be able to pump 20 million gallons a day around that box from all the partner agencies. And mind you, it's not just constant flow. We will go from 6 million gallon a day rate all the way to 28, 29 million gallon rate. So our flows change throughout the day. We had to have pumps and pipes and personnel there to man all that system so that we could get into the box. And that's one reason why that was so expensive. But when you have issues at a very old plant, you have to deal with them.
So on a residential rate basis, you said the average bill's going up $10 basically for 2027? And then I assume 16% is probably going up like what, $7 the next year? You know, then a little less. So altogether, we're looking at, you know, maybe a $30 increase, maybe a little less before we hit 29 and do the 6%.
That sounds about right. We usually have a table of that, and I'm looking for it right now.
Okay. And are we pretty confident that the 6%, we're not going to see the continued double-digit rate increases?
I certainly hope we're not going to see the double-digit increases, but we have tried to identify some uncertainties that are going to add to this forecast. One of those would be the reserve report that we've discussed when we talked about the water item. Another one would be the treatment plants look at their reserve needs, and then some other various other uncertainties. I think, what else do we have? As Eric was describing, the timing of the capacity fee revenues and the timing of the Valley Water Grant revenues, those are all things that were uncertain and can affect the forecast in the future.
Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Megan.
So, first of all, thank you so much for making it out here. It's always helpful to talk directly to plant operators.
Of course.
Can you clarify for me, and maybe Lisa, this is actually a question for you. Frankly, like this is also kind of a pass-through entity for this, or pass-through charge for this particular committee, because the plant is actually managed by Public Works. Is that correct?
That
so
is correct.
What we're being asked to approve are the rate increases, but we don't have any control over what's happening on the treatment side. We do have approval and control over what's happening on the collection side, right? Okay, so just want to make that clear for our, you know, it's a confusing element given that.
Pass-through fans.
For our pass-through fans, that's right.
You can't vote no this time.
I used that card already.
Okay, but I would say, one of the things that this UAC has frequently commented on is the magnitude of cost-saving opportunities at the plant and the degree to which the plant's actions and decisions end up really impacting our rates. And so to Lisa and Alan, I would say, I think one of the needs that we have going forward is to establish a stronger line of communication between the UAC and the Public Works Council, Commission, whatever, so that we are speaking, you know, and coordinating on like a substantive basis. Right now, to me, it doesn't look like there's any mechanism to do that. And that trickles down into conversations like the one that we had about a microgrid at the wastewater treatment plant that, frankly, like I have not heard anything about in a year and a half since I think you were there at that first, both you and Ustav were there at that first meeting. We talked about microgrids for the airport and microgrids for the wastewater plant. And like, we're not seeing that kind of full circle discussion. I think in part because there's not, I don't think there's a mechanism for coordination, okay? And that's not anyone's fault right now, but I think it's a structural issue that we have an opportunity to do something about in the way that there's like a joint SCAP committee. I think that there could also be a committee that's focused on what is happening at the wastewater facility and ensure that the impact that your operational changes and capital upgrades are going to have on rates are well understood by this committee. Am I missing a coordination piece?
I think you're right on point. The UAC looks at absolutely all the rates for the utilities. The wastewater treatment plant is a component, but the treatment plant is actually not, as you mentioned, not under kind of the scope of the UAC. So we do appreciate Public Works as partners coming out here. That is very helpful for us to understand, and it helps us to communicate to the customers on what that investments and what we're doing with that. So that is always welcome. But, you know, the treatment plant is technically not under the purview, as it is a joint action agency with multiple members.
Absolutely.
Under whose purview is it from the city? What body similar to UAC?
It is actually under the Public Works Department, and it's a JPA essentially, Joint Action Agency. Just yours?
No, it's owned by the city.
Okay, but you have your maybe you can talk a little bit about your governing policies or working with the partner agencies.
So we have 6 partner agencies, and each of them have a fixed share capacity. And Mountain View and Palo Alto are the 2 largest. When this was first created in 1968, it was decided that Palo Alto would be the one in charge, the entity in charge of the facility.
And so there's nothing between the treatment plant and city council in terms of advisory oversight? There's no commission?
There is a Public Works Commission.
Oh, okay, that's what I was asking. Public Works Commission.
I think so. No, there isn't. Oh, okay.
No, there's not a Public Works Commission. And just going back in the history.
No, it just makes your point more important, Megan.
Just going back into the history, many cities had their own wastewater treatment plants at the time, and Palo Alto retained theirs and received flow from some of the other cities. And you could see and look out into the bay where other associated cities took the efficiencies of joining into Palo Alto system.
Okay, so is there another oversight? No, it's just us, but we don't actually have authority.
Good evening, everybody. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. This falls, as staff has identified, under the Public Works Department, which falls under, obviously, well, as all departments do, under the City Manager's authority. This one in particular does not have a specific commission, committee, or board associated with it. So the work associated with it goes through the appropriate council committee, whether it be Policy and Services or Finance Committee, and then to the full council. Ultimately, there is a non-governance structure that happens before those two, which is coordinating with all the partners. So although not a formal JPA with voting powers of the different partners, they do have partner meetings on a routinized basis so that everybody's informed, has their insights and feedback before we move to council bodies.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. This has been a point of confusion for me for some time, so glad to finally clear that up. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, if we think that there is value in this advisory role, and think that, you know, it would be helpful to have some similar kind of detailed look at opportunities for constraining treatment costs in the future, that kind of things to facilitate dialogue around the plant itself could be helpful from the Palo Alto perspective. I think that right, so we had talked earlier about microgrid candidates, and I don't know the fraction of your treatment costs that are electricity related at the moment, but you know, it's probably very high.
Majority.
You're definitely Palo Alto's largest customer, power customer, and so you know, that's one of the things that's going to drive rate increases on the treatment side, is having power prices that are increasing. So anyway, I don't know whether that's been talked about at all further.
About efficiency for our electrical usage?
Yes.
Yes.
But also storage.
We are wanting to do something similar to that, and we are just working on an energy evaluation at the plant itself. So that is definitely on our radar, although we will probably not get an answer for a little bit, but we just started an energy evaluation for the plant.
Great. And then, there's certainly lots happening in the nutrient world today. Can you clarify that the current upgrades will fully cover the 2035 and going forward TIN regulations?
Yes, and also if the restrictions become even greater, we have the capacity to be able to intensify our process so that we can remove more.
Great. Are there active discussions about Palo Alto also participating in nutrient markets or engaging in bilateral trade agreements with other cities to help offset some of the costs that the capital costs that we are putting into this project?
There are not active talks, but there are people starting to talk. And so it is known that some people will not be fast actors, and so they'll be behind. And so, yes, we will be on the front of this. We will be able to be under our limit, and we'll be able to support those. And yes, we are very interested in credits or compensation. We are looking into that. But like I said, it's more of just beginning talks instead of negotiations.
Okay. Well, I would encourage, these are the kinds of things that we could support on as a UAC, recognizing that it's not currently in our purview. I think that concludes my set of questions. Thank you again for coming.
All right, are we ready to vote, or does anyone have anything they want to say? All right, anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move the current amendment, or the current
staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation, yes, thank you. Current amendment to rates.
I'll second.
All right, do you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta?
No.
Chair Scharf?
Yes.
Commissioner Croft?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater?
Yes.
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, and thank you for that. Glad you got through your first presentation. Wasn't that bad, was it? All right. Now I, of course, can't find the agenda. Yeah, just pass it if you have it. That would be great, because I can't remember what we're doing next. Thanks. Right. Yep. All right, so future topics for upcoming meetings.
So I just wanted to point out to the 12-month rolling calendar, just a couple adjustments. We had in April, which we put as a placeholder, as the first opportunity that the UAC would have to do the election of the UAC chair and vice chair. With the appointments of the potential, and council make a decision in mid-April, we would actually want to push that to May. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that to the commission. And then also,
Could you repeat the reason? I didn't hear the rationale for that.
Council's reappointing the commissioners or appointing new commissioners.
correct, and that's not happening until mid-April.
Oh, yeah.
So we would like to have that discussion and vote when the membership is finalized. And then in terms of the urban water management plan, so we have that on the May meeting. We have received feedback from the vice chair of actually having an earlier discussion maybe summarizing the key updates to the urban water management plan as we update this every few years, looking at demand forecasts, reliability information, water storage contingency plans, updates, and then we can have that discussion so that it will flow into the approval of the urban water management plan proposed in May. And then the intent is to bring that to the full council in their by their June meeting, as we need to have that adopted as well. So I wanted to bring that as a couple of proposed changes to this for discussion with the commission.
All right. Moving on to commissioner comments and reports for meetings.
I would say, based on our discussion earlier, I think, and given that this report is due in April from the auditor, the person, not an auditor, it's not an audit, but the study on reserves, that we get something on the calendar shortly thereafter.
Yes, we can put that in as soon as we have some daylight in terms of what that understanding is. It probably won't be until the May timeframe, so I think we'll have another meeting in between there to have that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the report is due in April. Sure. Definitely understand you need time to digest it and prepare, for this, so May or June, but no later, please.
Yes, I mean, looking at the status of the budget, yeah, June would probably look cleaner, but we can certainly take a harder look at it.
Great. Thank you.
I had a question on the UAC work plan. I know council just approved our current UAC work plan recently, and then we're returning to it now in just a few months in June. Is there an option for us to push that back a little bit more to let the current work plan work itself out, or are we will that begin the new process for the next work plan?
It's be the new process for your new annual work plan. So waiting till the chair is seated, and then at the earliest time frame is the month after. So again, if the commission would want to push that further out, that's possible. We can give you kind of a report out on the results from the last, and I think we can start giving you an update to what was completed and what you maybe want changed. I really leave it up to this commission, and if you'd like to move that to a further date. But we wanted to put kind of the first option available to you.
Oh, great, yeah.
On topic of work plan, can anyone comment on how the council discussion went on work plan, or maybe it was just rote and processed quickly? Was there much debate or discussion?
There was some discussion.
Oh, you were there, right.
I got asked some questions. I can't for the life of me remember a single one of them.
So it wasn't very contentious, that sounds like.
No, it wasn't contentious.
Yeah. No, there were 3 work plans, I believe, from community development, and that had a more lengthy discussion.
There was something that a couple council members, do you remember what council member, at least I remember Bert had some comment that was, do you remember what it was? Do you remember? Ed? No. I don't.
Reliability.
It may have been the reliability and resiliency plan that went to council on Monday, and we talked about, he has made comments in the past, and council took some action in actually developing reliability metrics, and not in terms of just beyond our tracking in comparison to other agencies is some tangible kind of measurable goals in terms of that reduction. So that was a part of council actions.
Right. Go ahead.
A couple of topics that are not on there. We have grid mods project update scheduled for July. I think it'd be important, if we can, to address data centers as part of that. I know there's been some discussion about, it seems like this problem is just getting bigger, and it's important that we address it. The other one I see.
Well, wait, I think we had a discussion of data centers. I'm not sure what another discussion would do. I think it's too early.
I don't think so. I think, at least one of the things we talked about was There was a discussion of a cost savings due to data centers in the past and going forward. I at least would like to see the math behind that.
Yes, correct. We were actually, as I, and maybe didn't emphasize it enough in my earlier comments, we were going to bring that back to the affordability subcommittee looking at the electric rates, bring some of those information back to that group, and then we'll report it out at the next meeting.
The other one is gas utility strategic plan. I see we have for May, a status update on the gas transition study. Given the financial importance of the gas utility and the deteriorating condition of the city's finances, I think it's really important to get into a strategic discussion of where that's headed.
That may be something that you want to put potentially into your work plan. The Sustainability and Climate Action Committee are also taking a look at the gas utility in terms of potential carbon, for lack of the right terminology, carbon tax, or, looking at that potential and the true cost of carbon.
What I'm talking about, there was a true strategic plan that involves both, tactical, financial, where's it headed? It's a large business.
Thank you for that. And part of that gas transition plan was actually updating the modeling associated with that, and that is a work in progress.
Okay. So anything SCAP is doing on our utilities, we should look at as well.
Correct. So there's some evaluations of that right now. It was mentioned as part of the SCAP plan. So anything that has a potential to impact rates is something that's obviously under the UAC's purview.
Well, if it impacts the utility, I think it's under our purview.
Understood.
Yeah, but as far as my knowledge of the SCAP group, it's not addressing, for example, the financial aspects of the gas utility going forward.
So the gas transition plan was looking at those options and in keeping rates affordable and what that would look like. As you may recall, Jonathan Abenstein gave a presentation in terms of that, in terms of the reduction of the system. It would take a considerable amount of activity in and around of folks separating from the gas utility to see an actual reduction in the size of it. So there was additional modeling that would have to go along with that, and that is the mention of the ongoing issue.
That's what I would like to see.
On the July FTTP pilot report out, I just want to emphasize what we said in the last meeting, discussed this. To me, this is one where I'd like to get a good idea if it's a good idea to proceed moving forward. So I presume that's the plan there, or is it, a checkpoint of, oh, we did it and 37 homes signed up and nothing failed isn't very useful to me. I'd like to see, when do we get the indication of the financial plan and whether or not we can make the decision to move forward. Is that July or is that
I'll
later?
take that back is not, it needs to be more than an update, but more like what are we seeing in that viability, not just a strict update on how many customers we connected.
Yeah, a checkbox or technically we can do it is not very useful. I believe you can do it.
Relative cost, value, does this give us a temperature check?
I'll of course disagree with that. The pilot was originally a technical pilot, and that is what it is. Whereas phase one, which council approved, is kind of the more economic feasibility of the proposal. So I would push back on that framing.
Yeah. So I would reframe it as information on the costs and information on pickup of customers. The feedback that we're receiving to help understand it more than just a binary information piece. We had 37 customers in this example.
But that's fair. When is the update after phase one? That's not till next year, which would be potentially the go, no-go.
So let me circle back on that and come back with a more definitive plan. I know there's a high interest in that, and we can bring back more detail on that, I think, in that July timeframe, but I do want to circle back to staff in terms of the progress. We are still building the hut in terms of doing that work, so that's on the critical path in terms of how we roll this out, and then, starting talking to customers and seeing the uptake, though it's not a decision point yet.
Thank you.
Could that clarification then be part of next month's director's report? It just, or how do we close the loop soon on what still seems to be a bit confusing, like,
Well, my commitment is going back, based on this conversation here, to make sure it's a meaningful update. And so let me do my work with the team in terms of where they're at and what the status is. So as soon as I can provide that in a cogent manner to the commission, I'll do so.
On the topic of future directors' reports, we've used the word in the past, like tracker, as a way to just make sure we close the loop on open issues. The wastewater master plan, you said that plan's not finished and the reports, the key points are not summarized. I imagine we won't talk about wastewater for many months. So if you could just hit the high points as soon as the plan is finished and we could learn what was learned from the master plan, that'd be good.
I had two. Sorry, did you want to reply to that?
No, I just wanted to respond. I understood the request.
Got it. I'm participating in a time of use pilot, which is great. Love it. And I just wanted to see.
Did your bill go down?
I haven't gotten a bill yet. I'm just getting data, which I love the data, but I haven't gotten the bill. I don't think it's going to go down just because the difference between peak and, or the difference between non-time of use and the off-peak is almost nothing. But in summer it should. So time of use update at some point, I feel like we have a 12-month calendar here. There ought to be at some point a time of use update. I'm not sure. I mean, if you could provide in the director's report just how things are going, and then I feel like there ought to be some kind of a report out to us. And then the second thing was, in reviewing the reliability and resiliency strategic plan discussion we had back in December, there was a mention that we're going to see the OEM, the emergency. Basically, we're like getting into several commissioners had reservations about us not having much of a long-term discussion about the long-term electricity in the case of a long-term outage. And it was stated that it was going to be brought back to us in January, like that plan. So I don't see it anywhere here. Did I miss it? Is it coming? Do we have like a discussion of the electric plan in an emergency, which I thought was going to be on our agenda at some point? When I asked about it, Vice Chair Mater, you had said it was coming back in January. I just watched the video, so I didn't remember that, but that's.
Let me do this. I'll get your first answer for the time of use. Yes, I think we actually should bring a report back, especially in terms of how we're going to do the outreach plan and get the feedback from some of the customers. I think that would be helpful in terms of our rollout, because time of use can be confusing to some people, and communication is going to be key for people to voluntarily sign up. So that will not be just a director's report. I'll put it as an action item. And then let me circle back to the conversations from the past meetings to your point and Commissioner Tucker's point, is to make sure that we are addressing it and then bringing that back correctly to this group. So I'll just put that as an action for staff.
One more thought is when we do discuss gas again, it might be helpful to also have a discussion on what we advertise in Palo Alto in our bill inserts and our gas safety pamphlet with respect to stovetops. I've been hearing a lot of public comments on the dangers of gas stovetops, so it might be useful for us to have a conversation about that and what we can do as a as a commission and a utility to inform residents if there are these health and safety risks, which it seems the research is showing that there are some serious health and safety risks.
Great point. The council did take an action in terms of the climate action plan, and they would like to include some of that information in terms of I'm not sure if health impacts would be the right terminology, but the use of natural gas stoves and what that means and alternatives. And I think there was a consensus positive impression on how the utility is going to be rolling out, not only working with the library and a loaner program, but also additional rebates going out to the community, not only for residents, but also the low-income residents as well. Several council members mentioned the positive attributes of that program is something we're going to lean into pretty heavily.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, anyone else or any commissioner comments, or can I adjourn the meeting? All right.
I had
Go ahead.
quick comments. First of all, the informational report on residential electric and water customer satisfaction surveys, I appreciated seeing the detailed results, and there's much to be proud of in there, so thank you for providing that. Also, I saw the informational report on sampling of water microplastics. It looks like there's been no action since 2018. Should we be doing something about that?
It is an informational report, but so what I'll probably do is provide that as an update to the work plan. That's probably the more appropriate location for it, just to close out that item as one of the action items. But in short, as the information report has mentioned, the sampling is really for the water wholesalers on their source water quality, and that has not moved forward. We are tracking it. We are in conversations with SFPUC to make sure that when those the testing and procedures get refined and revised, we'll bring that back, but the information is not available. So that was part of the discussion as part of the UAC. But what I'll do is I'll make sure that we summarize that as part of the kind of report out for your one-year work plan.
Right. It just sounded like it was stuck in a loop. And
yeah, that is outside the control. It's testing the source waters. Right. The state was looking at several of the water wholesalers and testing their source waters. It was not our water that is the treated water. It's the source waters that goes before the treatment.
Okay. And with that, we're adjourned.